Where the heck is... Which one?
It's the one that's highlighted.
This one?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm like out of the frame.
You can
Hello,
turn
gamers.
It. It's like way over here. It's not adjusted because it was adjusted for Playdate. You're gonna want it more because for other reasons that will be revealed soon.
What other reasons are about to be
You
revealed?
know.
Oh, right. Hey, did y'all hear Nate make a weird noise earlier?
No one registered it, but we had the mic unmuted for the entire beginning of the stream, and I was like reaching to grab something, and I made a weird noise. I was like, and no one said anything
No one
in chat.
said anything. Are you just that used to it, or like? I thought that was us. What does that mean? You the chat, or you the household?
As soon as they see us go live, Fish and Shazame are just saying like,
yeah, you just joined in a chorus of what was already happening. Well, thank you for the enthusiasm. That's nice. How's everybody doing today? It is Saturday. We had the Sleepy Saturdays hit like you would not fucking believe.
We went to bed last night. We laid down. I was like waiting for Julie to like get out of the shower or something. And I like laid down with a little handful of Cheez-Its. Gave Phyllis one. Julie came out the shower.
I didn't shower last night.
I don't know where you were. Or maybe I was trying to cover for you in the bathroom.
I went to the bathroom.
And
is that a crime?
Yes.
No, okay, so we played a bunch of Fortnite last night, and I had to get out of there like immediately. I don't know if you all noticed who were there, but like I just was so tired all of a sudden. It hit me like a wall. And I like actually left quickly instead of doing the whole like I'll stay like 45 more minutes. And then I read a little in bed and I fucking zonked out.
Just both
like
knocked out.
I did not change into pajamas. I did not like wash my face or anything.
We did not give Phyllis her nighttime greenie.
It was a sleepy time. And then we slept in, and then I ate an omelet before stream, and it was delicious. And now we're here. Thanks for listening. But anyway, how's everybody else? I just had to share. And I finished that book. Listen, y'all, I made a mistake because I started reading this book that's been on my shelf for like 5 years. And so that was a really good thing. I was like actually making progress in my backlog, right? Wrong, because apparently this book that I just finished is part of a trilogy. And it's not like a trilogy where like there was a resolution in this first book. Like I have to read those other ones to even find out what happened, what is still happening in this mystery. Yeah, so now I'm locked in for my next 2 book purchases instead of being able to like continue reading stuff on my backlog. So I freaking played myself, actually. Classic.
Shout out to Scully making table into kotatsu.
Ooh, I didn't even see that. Yeah, that's pretty sick. That sounds cozy. What do you mean, classic Fern? How was I to know?
Oops, I'm reading 4 different books now.
The thing is, I think... So I had seen that it was like part of a trilogy, and I just assumed that it, you know, was that kind where it's like they're each like a separate book, because that's just what I'm used to reading. But probably at the time that we even bought this book, I think, you know, probably those other 2 books weren't even out yet. So, how was I to know? Need to make more book purchases. Hell yeah, do it.
No, that's you.
Hell yeah, do it, fish. Make more book purchases for me. What's stopping you? Anyway, tonight we're gonna play Death Trick Double Blind here on Fern's Book Club. Oh my god, the Phil treat time. It's been so long. You all have not redeemed one of those in like months. I literally was like, is that still off from that one time that she was sick? But not.
I think everyone was just
It's been on.
saving.
Y'all been saving. Y'all been making smart financial decisions.
Do we do it now?
Probably before we get into the game, yeah.
We give her a greenie?
Let's-
She didn't get a greenie.
No, I think she likes to have them before bed. So let's do one of her jerkies that she likes over
Okay.
there.
I have never made a smart financial decision in my life. Any agreeers?
I can relate, yes. Big agreement. Hi, Ghosty. Hi, Piano. What y'all up to today? It's good to see you here. You're about to see a sneaky little Phil treat time from Fish Paste, who has never made a smart financial decision in his life.
Hey, you know how to start it.
Over here, you mean?
No, over here.
Mm.
No.
Just gotta get the Phyllis cam set up. Sneak peek. Where is that girl? Oh, she's in the dark corner.
Now you turn it on over there.
She's in the dark recesses. Over here? This one.
Oh, it's not right.
That's not
Go to
right.
properties. No, it's right, but I mean, go to properties. No, click on it first. Now properties.
And didn't I just click on it? What did I click on?
Then click on that.
This?
Then do droid cam source 30. Okay. And then go properties again. What's wrong?
What the heck?
Properties. Do source 2. Okay. Also wrong. Okay, one more time.
What in tarnation? I could have sworn it was 3.
Well, 3 doesn't work.
But
That's it.
there's no other
It's just
one.
broken.
It's broken?
Go to 3 again. Go to 3 again. Hit okay. Deactivate. No, there's a button that says deactivate. Activate. All right.
Technical difficulties. Thank you, Fish. This is a good way to start. We're really building momentum, you know, building tension, anticipation. What in the world?
I literally was using this yesterday for playdate test stuff, and it was fine.
That's weird.
Fish did this.
Fish always does this. This is so Fish.
Like, it's not even showing that black square.
I know. It's really strange. It's really strange and really unkind that it's doing this to us right now. I mean, oh,
I fixed it.
wow, what a genius. What a smarty pants. Everybody please clap for IT. That's our boy.
Ready?
I'm ready. Are you all ready to see Phyllis hiding in her dark little corner cave? There she is! And she's so beautiful! And she's so
Hey.
excited!
Hey. Wait.
Hi, Phyllis.
Wait. Shake.
Hey, she's keeping herself hostage over there.
Go shake. Whoa. Lay down.
Making her work for it. This is supposed to be free, bro.
Okay.
Put the camera down a little. There you go. Oh, I love Phyllis treat time. Look at her go.
Bro, she ate that fast.
She said it's gone too soon. Wow. The little close-up. What a superstar. Look at you.
This is what, if you want to see what Phyllis normally looks like, it's like this. Say goodbye, shake. Shake.
She usually looks like this. Good job, Phyllis. What a good girl.
Okay, now turn it off.
All right. Phil tree time over. Glad you all got to experience this. Some of you for the first time. Amazing.
Yep. There we go.
There we go.
Fixed it. So
Good
now
job.
future tree times will be fine.
Making assumptions here.
It'll be fine.
It should be, but all right.
Time to play.
Time to play. Let's get gamey with it, you know?
Gamey?
Yeah.
This meat's gamey.
Yeah. I still don't really know what that means. Is that a texture
It's just,
thing
yeah,
or
it's
a flavor
texture
thing?
I think.
I don't know.
I think it's partially a flavor thing.
A
I
little
think it's
of both.
mainly like a it's like chewy. It's like, hold on, you're like starting and you didn't even do the setup for the. Whoa,
Oh,
whoa, whoa!
yeah. What?
Whoa. Don't just
What?
do it, you know.
What?
We gotta lead into it.
What?
If
Okay.
we're going to the circus, there's only one thing for us to do. And that's to go to the circus. So go ahead. Hit the button here. Actually, I'll do it because I gotta do one thing too.
Okay.
We're going. And here's your teaser. If we're gonna go to the circus, we're gonna go to the circus, okay?
Oh,
We're back, baby.
we're so back.
We're so back.
Who remembers? The real ones remember. Back to the carnival camp out.
But yeah, see, that's why I had to move the camera around. Like, we're squished in this frame a little bit more than we normally are.
A little bit.
If those that don't know, this is the layout we used for the carnival camp out.
Yes.
Forgot what we called it in the end because we went through 5 different names. They're gonna take us back to the past when Nate wasn't as funny as before.
Is that right?
I guess. I don't know.
Let me try it. I'm forgetting right now. Do you do that?
I think so.
I haven't done this in years. What is happening?
Bad mod.
Bad mod?
Maybe it doesn't
Nope.
work on phone.
Well, freaking... I'll just do the exclamation one.
You could do that on there. There you go.
There we go. Anyway, this lovely, beautiful layout was made by Rinks, one of the best artists of all time.
Fill up that whole square with the video game now.
Huh?
Put the game in there by clicking on the game.
I did it. Amazing.
Can you hear the piano?
Yeah, how's this sound? Looks like it should be coming through with some good levels. Ooh, a knife. Ooh,
all right.
Ooh.
Let's take in this scene before we even hop in, you know?
What do we make of this?
We got a bottle of Genesee.
Haha. Got a bunch of cookies.
Got some cookies.
I want to eat those.
Got tarot cards.
Got some smokers here.
The first one I see is death. It's like, you know, those like... The first word you see is going to define your year.
Uh-oh.
And we got a cast of characters here. Who are you thirsting for, and who did it? First glance. Maybe they're the same person. Who knows?
Right here. I know this is the fire dancer.
This is your thirst.
Yeah. I mean, many of these are children, so there's like 4 options. We got Professor Snape in the background, I guess. I do really like this is like the owner of the circus, right? He's got a sick look. I'm gonna say this child did the murder.
That's what Fish said too.
Same brain. Yeah, this little like 7-year-old did the murder, I think.
I like the guy who we can't see the head of. Is that
this guy?
Or even the kid in the
yeah,
left?
he's cut off. That's why. He's
Even more there. Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah, we can see him. Yeah, that's the like animal tamer, animal care person.
I like the clown. Because he's not like a traditional clown.
This little like jester guy. Yeah, I don't know that much about him or this one from what I played in the demo and have seen in like their promotional stuff.
Who's the audio on the left? Awooga! That's me and Fern, actually.
That's us.
That's us. I don't know if you remember.
All right. New game, let's do it.
Time.
Let's get into the big top once again.
Here, full intro, by the way. Get ready. This is exciting.
Yeah.
Morgan's Traveling Circus is coming to Tolgi.
Horses, tigers, and elephants. Puppets, acrobatics, and something else. Performance every night by the amazing Hattie.
Show delayed.
Man.
Where's the amazing Hattie?
Wrestling match on television. Real circus at Morgan's Traveling Circus. Boss refuses to answer for star magician's disappearance.
A call from Tolgi? A new case, maybe?
Let's jam. Something's going on in the circus. Oh, that's it. I need to show him this letter.
Hi, this is Detective Jones from Jones Investigative Services.
You can call me Jack.
How can I help
the magician you need. Man, it's a good thing we have 2 people here, huh?
All right, how do we want to break it down? There's a lot of voices and reading to be done here.
There is. Let's...
I mean, just now in the intro, we did Magician Detective.
Yeah, I mean, we can split the protagonists for sure. I guess we'll just decide in the moment for the other ones. Yeah. So, all right. This is it. I have to make it work. Oh! That's you, I guess.
Come in.
Mr. Morgan. An older gentleman sits behind the desk. He's so engrossed in his documents that he didn't even look up when I came in.
Mr. Jones, I've been expecting.
He stops mid-sentence after glancing up from the desk. He stops mid-sentence after glancing up from the desk. Oh, wait.
Oh, apologies. I wasn't expecting other visitors. Moses Morgan is the owner of Morgan's Traveling Circus.
Yeah.
It seems like you have me at a disadvantage. Ms.
Jacqueline, but you can just call me Jackie.
This soundtrack. I forgot how bopping the soundtrack is.
Why is it taking multiple clicks?
All right, Miss Jackie, is there anything I can do for you?
Okay, sometimes conversations can feel like a battle, and you need all the weapons in your arsenal.
I can relate. Every conversation I ever have feels like a battle.
Literally. A good conversationalist can wield every skill and weapon in their collection to accomplish any task. Ask questions, give answers, present evidence, spread gossip. This is your collection. Everything you need for the conversation can be found here, separated into information, items, and people. From there, choose an item and click the check mark button or press X. Present that topic. Advance the conversation. Later, you'll be able to present everything in your collection to anyone you want, but for now, focus on answering the other party's questions and keeping the conversation flowing.
Alright, so he asked, what do I owe this visit? So you have conversation topics, items, and people.
So we can broach situation in the circus. Since the disappearance of magician the amazing Hattie, Morgan's traveling circus has been put under the spotlight as newspapers are speculating on the mystery and customers are demanding ticket refunds. We can ask about Jackie. I, Jackie, am a magician, a new one freshly returned from my apprenticeship in Europe. So just introducing ourselves there. The mind reading act. My signature trick is a telepathy act. People often ask if it's real or fake. Well, I can give the right answers. If I can give the right answers, does it matter if they come from my mystical powers or just good old human trickery? We've got a letter from Hattie. Something's going on in the circus. I need you to watch out. If something happens to me in Tolgi, please go take my place.
Bulgogi?
And a silver handgun, a small pistol with a custom silver-plated handle. It's small enough to be strapped to someone's thigh and hidden under a long coat or dress.
Okay. So yes, what are you doing here?
So we'll just start with the letter, maybe? Get right to the point. I received this letter a few days ago. I came as soon as I could.
Jay. Something's going on in the circus. I need you to watch out. If something happens to me in Tolgi, please go take my place. I can't say more right now, but please. The show has to go on. The amazing Hattie.
She even signed her name, the amazing Hattie. I should get a signature like that.
We need things like that.
Yeah.
What did Fish call me last night? The Nasty Nate? Nasty Nate?
Yeah. Me and Shazame should not use the the nicknames that you came up with for us.
I don't even remember yours. I'm trying to remember now.
I don't either, actually.
Can't use the other names.
We can't use them here on Twitch. He pores over the letter, brows furrowed.
A letter from Hattie.
Hattie, the amazing Hattie, was the star magician of Morgan's traveling circus until she disappeared on September 15th, 1952. That is this Monday.
What? What is she talking about? Something going on in the circus? I like his little clown pin.
It's pretty sick. So,
Nothing's going on in my circus. If anything was happening, I'd surely know about it, don't you think? I
really like the little animations that they do. The cleaning the glasses. He looks shaken for a moment, but quickly collects himself.
Sorry, that's another matter entirely, which I'm sure we will discuss. But first of all, why would she send this letter to you, Miss Jackie? Because I have a gun. I think that's,
something
So why
about
you? Who are
ourselves.
you?
Yeah.
Who are you to come to my circus?
Well, because I'm a magician too.
You said your name was Jackie. Never heard of a magician with that name.
Never heard of a magician without a superlative.
You're not amazing? Or the Jorker? Do you...
What?
Huh? What?
Do you know every magician in the country?
More or less. We don't get a lot of female magicians. I'd have heard about you by now, and that mask on your face is practically asking for gossip.
Small circle, huh? I get it. The Europeans are the same way.
So you're a European, but your accent...
Is American, yes. I was born and raised in the States, but I went to France with my mentor to study magic. That was, 5-6 years ago? Oh god, I was just a stupid girl who wanted to learn magic. I mean, I'm still a stupid girl, but at least I know how to do magic. Anyways, where was I? Yes, it was right after the war ended. The economy wasn't great, as you can imagine. I stuck with it until I completed my apprenticeship, but then the circus shut down too. My family missed me and wanted me home, so here I am. I promise you I'm au fait with everything magic. I'm a professional.
What's that mean?
I don't know.
We both took French.
I know.
So is that how you and Hattie knew each other?
You looking it up?
Yeah.
We gotta know. We gotta know. We gotta translate the French.
Having good or detailed knowledge of, which
Alright.
doesn't, I thought it was going to be, a straight definition,
Yeah, isn't fait, to do something?
By the way, it's become a term in American to say au fait, meaning that.
One of those. Okay. We magicians need to stick together.
Fair enough. Is that why she asked you to be here? To be her understudy of sorts?
Well, that's one possible explanation. Or maybe she thought I could help her figure something out. This might have something to do with a particular skill of mine. The mind reading act.
Yeah, I was gonna point that out too, Fish. I do too, and I think it's implied. I think it is. It'd be actually cooler if it is just a painting, in a way, to sell that 3D effect. But I think it is just straight up a chessboard attached to the wall with the pieces.
I think so, because this one looks like it's sticking out over
coming out of
the
it.
edge of it.
Welcome, Sassy.
Hey, Sassy.
Let me hydrate by drinking frozen coffee.
Cheers. She contacted me because I have a particular set of skills. Well, one skill, but it can help me figure out what happened.
Joe, it's like Taken. Mind reading or a mind reading act?
If you're good enough, there isn't a difference.
So what? You close your eyes and say a spell and then you can tell me where Hattie is?
Hydrate or dihydrate.
I'm a mind reader, not a psychic. I can only tell you where she is if you know where she is. Do you?
Try it.
You want me to try it on you?
You have my permission.
Okay, here goes nothing.
Well,
I'm trying, but your energy is resisting me.
right.
I think I'm going to need a stronger connection. Can you give me your hands? He silently lays both of his arms on the table. I grab his wrists. His eyes are calm, his pulse steady.
Knees weak, arms are heavy.
Now say abracadabra.
Seriously? You'll need to come up with something better than that.
See? Your energy. Resisting.
I can't believe I'm going along with this. Fine abracadabra.
All right, all right. Now I'm just going to ask you a very simple question. You don't have to say the answer because I'll hear your thoughts. Sound good?
Go ahead.
Are you sure? I can't control my powers, so if there's anything you don't want me to know. Well, actually, now that I said it, you'll be thinking really hard about them.
I've stared down the barrel of a rifle in the jaws of a tiger. I can handle a little magic act.
All right, if you're sure. Here it comes. Your magician, Hattie. How did she die?
Oh!
His hands in my palms jerk slightly. Guess he caught himself before he pulled back altogether. But it's too late. In his initial surprise, his eyes flicked to my chest. Why? Something through the heart. A bullet? The corner of his mouth twitches. No, not a bullet. A knife. His face turns serious.
How?
Through mind reading, of course.
Don't give me that.
I mean, mysterious disappearance? Come on.
Are you trying to say this is just a wild guess? But what about the knife?
Well, a magician never reveals her tricks.
Wait a minute. Let me just get this straight. So you are a magician, and apparently Hattie suspected something was off in my circus and asked you to come here if something happened to her.
And then she disappeared.
So you came here and somehow figured out that she was killed.
Told ya. Mind reading.
Somehow I'm still not convinced about that.
When did you find out Hattie was dead?
Monday night. When did you receive her letter?
A few days ago. Wednesday, I think. I came as soon as I got it. He takes a deep breath.
Oh, this means...
She knew she was going to die. Or at least that she was in danger.
As hard as it is to believe, you are right. But how is that even possible? Why didn't she do anything?
His lips quiver. I can see the doubt and the disbelief on his usually impassive face. I feel bad for him, but can I truly rule out that he's the culprit? I clear my throat, and as if that woke him up from a dream, he sits upright, his face returning to its normal stoic nature.
Scully jumping to the next. Where's the cops?
So, the show is coming up, and I think there's a reason Hattie called me to take her place. We have a great opportunity here.
I'm afraid I don't quite understand. I'm sure you are a great magician, but at this point, I'm afraid no replacement can meet the audience's expectations.
A great opportunity to call the cops? Well, good thing I'm not here to replace her then. I'm here to become her.
Huh?
Nice.
You said it just like that.
Let's talk about the plan.
What plan?
How many people know about the truth of Hattie's disappearance?
It is quite the jump to be like, I'm gonna become her now.
There
For
you
now,
go. That's,
only my
that's
crew
what I thought.
and the police.
The police already know. Are you sure there's no one else? Could they have told other people?
The police have no interest in letting news slip, and my people understand the gravity of the situation. I think it's safe to say we've kept this lid pretty well sealed so far.
I guess that will work.
Would you please just get to the point?
Well, let's say, hypothetically, what if Hattie wasn't dead after all? I can pinpoint the exact moment his face switches from confusion to understanding.
You are going to be Hattie.
Let's say the reason for her disappearance is that her face got injured in a practice incident, and now she has to wear a mask to cover up the wounds.
You had this all planned out from the beginning, didn't you?
Well, I am a magician.
Flourish. I'm not going to lie. Having Hattie come back, at least until we get the big shows out of the way, would certainly solve a lot of my problems right now. But I cannot in good conscience agree to this plan of yours.
What? Sorry, what? Why? Come on, don't tell me you're sticking to some bullcrap about not lying to the audience or something. In case you haven't noticed, deception is kind of the nature of our trade.
Flourish. No. Well, that's not ideal, but I don't think it's breaking any non-existent code of ethics or anything.
Then why in the world would you say no? Do you enjoy being grilled by the press and customers every damn day? He crosses his arms.
I don't know if this has occurred to you, Miss Jackie, but the killer is still out there. This crazy plan of yours will surely draw their attention, and therefore put you in mortal danger.
You're worried about me? Aw, that's real sweet, but I can take care of myself.
You don't understand. I will not have another death happen in my circus.
Trust me, nothing is going to happen.
How can you be so sure?
Think about it. Whoever killed her was definitely counting on her to get out of the way for something, so my appearance is going to put a wrench in their plan. If it were you, what would you do?
I have no idea.
I've never done a murder before. Exactly. You'd panic, scramble to come up with something new, right? That's when you make mistakes. A magician should never have to do a trick when you think someone's seen through it.
So you want to, what, talk to everyone, see what the reaction is? How's that going to help?
Show him the gun now. What for, fish? Say, I'm gonna be Hattie.
Well, because he's like, you're gonna die. And you're like,
That's true. Mind reader here, remember? I'm not some detective with a magnifying glass, concerned about footprints or crime scenes. I deal with matters of the heart. Whoever did this must have a reason. But why? What was their relationship with Hattie? Do they feel guilty, proud, relieved? One may keep the evidence of their crime hidden, but their heart will always remember what their mind has tried to forget.
what a beautiful sense.
Sheesh. So, if I ask them about Hattie, feelings will emerge, and I think some interesting things might come up.
New task!
Inquire about Hattie. What could be the killer's real motive? The first step to answering that is to untangle each circus member's relationship with the victim. I need to talk to everyone in the circus and inquire about Hattie.
So you'll get these, like, quests, and by fulfilling them, you'll get XP.
Okay.
Are you absolutely sure about this?
Then pointed at him to make him confess.
Like, I'm be fine. Did you do it?
Call an ambulance, but not for me. I am fully aware of the risks. Besides, who am I to throw away someone's dying wish? The show must go on. Plus, if, or more realistically when, the killer decides to come out, I have plenty of tricks up my sleeve to deal with them. Yeah.
Fish was on the right track already.
Or should I say, up my dress.
Oh,
Jinkies.
this has awoken something within me. He said, whoa, what are you?
He jerks his head around to avoid looking. No, look.
No, look, I want you to look.
I tap on the metal of the gun in my leg holster.
Oh.
Yep. What do you say?
Very well,
Oh, he's modest.
but I'm pulling you out at the first sign of trouble.
Awesome. The plan is a go. Sassy, we did have a fill treat time at the start of the stream. So potentially maybe
A
at the
little later
end,
on.
yeah.
I forget what the cooldown is.
I think it's
Is it like 30 minutes?
like 30 minutes maybe.
And we only did 3 per stream, right? Or something?
Yeah. All right, now let's talk logistics.
All right. First things first, this thing we're doing. I'll have to explain it to the rest of my crew. This part was like, oh, thank God. Like, I genuinely thought they were just gonna, like, have, like, this start and not tell anyone about it.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, okay. That's good. Like, just traumatize all these people. They're like, our friend is dead. And then you show up and you're like, hi, I'm your friend. And they're like, whoa!
You got Hydrate 2 Gamer. Where's your water? Oh, there it is. Thanks for the Hydrate, Scully.
They know about Hattie, so it will be crazy if they see her showing up out of the blue.
Of course. But you might want to, leave out a few details.
Yes, I'll just tell them it's my idea to get someone to play her until the shows are finished.
The switcheroo! I'm going to take Hattie's place by impersonating her. This will placate circus customers angry over Hattie's disappearance and hopefully draw out the person behind Hattie's death. Moses will tell the performers that it was his idea to hire me.
Second, I think you might pass as her from afar, but you're going to need everything on your side for everyone to believe it, especially with all the scrutiny you're going to be under. It will help if you are in something familiar. You'll need to change into her costume.
I was going to ask you about that.
You need to go find Alice, our mechanic.
Your mechanic?
Our mechanic, yes. Alice is in charge of our stage props and costumes. She also helps with pretty much everything that has to do with show arrangements. She's the only one besides the performers who knows what happened to Hattie. I'm sorry, but I can't really leave the office. I'm expecting someone important. I'll write you a note. She'll understand when she sees it. Maybe
Where they at?
Scully's ready for the next step
Maybe
over
we'll
and
see
over.
soon, Scully. Maybe we'll see.
And here's a map. This time of day, Alice is definitely backstage, at the little tent right behind the big top. Just introduce yourself and she'll help you with the costume, and she'll tell you everything you need to know for your performance tonight.
I can do that.
Get into character.
Going to masquerade as Hattie, but the show can't start until all the players get into costume. Tasks at hand, find the circus mechanic Alice in the backstage tent and put on Hattie's old costume.
Now, last thing. It is absolutely imperative that you don't go wandering around in public areas before you are formally introduced to the audience.
Got it. Can't spoil the surprise, right?
We are walking a tightrope here.
Haha.
We can't let anyone spot you in an uncontrolled environment.
Of course. Is that all?
Yes, get in the costume, don't let the public spot you, and remember that the performers know about the ruse. If we can manage to do all of that, maybe we'll pull off this crazy plan of yours.
You are a great magician in your own way.
I'll take that as a compliment.
Rightly so.
All right, unless you have anything else to ask me, you need to be on your way.
Ding. The transitions are so cool.
Who this?
Who that? Who they?
My head hurts. Where am I? Bro went on a bender last night. Alright, think. Someone clearly did this to me. I need to find them and do something.
Find my attacker. I woke up next to the train station by the circus, missing my clothes and some of my recent memories. Seems like someone whacked me over the head hard enough to knock me out. Who did it? Why take all of my belongings? Does this have anything to do with the case I'm investigating? I need to find the answers to these questions.
I need to figure out where I am and how I got here. But first things first, I'm gonna need some pants.
We all been there.
Really? Did they have to take my clothes too? What was I wearing again? Shit, I can't remember. That's not good. Why can't I remember? Do I have a concussion? I'm sure whatever I was wearing wasn't worth much. Whoever took them must be desperate.
I woke up in a corner behind the trains without my money or my clothes, but with some fresh head trauma. I think I was knocked out by a robber looking to make some extra cash.
Okay, fine. We'll deal with that later. At least this guy left me with my undershirt and shorts. And a smidge of dignity. Get up from the ground slowly, cradling my aching head. As I rise, something small falls to the ground. A bobby pin? Must have fallen out of my pocket when they took off my jacket.
A tiny double-pronged hairpin, useful if for holding long hair in place or for a detective's inconspicuous lockpick. These were in short supply during the war due to metal rationing efforts.
Now fully awake, I stand awkwardly in my undergarments in an unfamiliar place. I've been there, brother. No, I haven't. I'm boring. I take a peek around the corner. Not many people are around. I step out from behind the train cars and get the lay of the land. Huh. I have a feeling I'm not in San Francisco anymore. Of all places, why a circus? I look around to see if anyone's around to give me some much-needed information. Unfortunately, only the chilly autumn air fills the field. But I spot something in the distance. A payphone next to the train station. Right, I can call Ruth. Hopefully she can tell me something about whatever case I was working on. I rub my arms for some heat and head to the phone booth. Is it really that cold? Or is it just me feeling naked? I duck into the phone booth and close the door. Let's hope Ruth has some good news for me. At least tell me I have a hotel room nearby with some clothes or something. Shit, I'm an idiot. Of course I don't have a cent on me. Remember payphones? Shit.
Do I remember payphones? Yes, I remember payphones.
Remember those things?
I didn't get knocked over the head. I remember payphones.
No one around to help either. Maybe I'll get lucky and somebody forgot to collect their change? No dice. Or coins. Okay, only one way left then.
I really wanted a new set of dice.
If I can ground the transmitter, the circuit will work as if a coin passed through it.
Okay, Mr. Engineer.
I need something small and metal.
Well, what do you know?
Look at this. Look at this technology. Dialing.
What city, please?
San Francisco, California, please. The number for Jones's Investigative Services. Jones on Market Street.
Checking under Jones's Investigative Services, JONES, on Market Street. Got it. Patching you through.
It's ringing. It was ringing. It was a sound effect.
Hello, Jones's Investigative Services. How can I help ya?
Who am I? Ruth, it's me.
Mr. J, you finally made it to
Whoa!
Togi. What took you so long? I thought you were supposed to be there yesterday. Don't tell me you got pulled into some weird shenanigans again.
This time it's not my fault, I think.
What do you mean you think?
Remember that time in Providence?
You got drugged again? I thought you promised to be careful with that sort of thing. What business did you poke your nose into this time? Is it even related to the case?
No, I didn't get drugged again. That's ridiculous. I know better now. This time, they just did it the good old-fashioned way, by whacking me over the head. Really hard, I think. So, I kind of lost memory of a few things.
I see. Like Providence, huh? Well, at least you remember your name and this number. That's something.
Yeah, that's something.
Anyways, what's the situation over there? You okay? Do you need me to call someone to help?
It kind of does, Fish. No, I'm fine. I mean, I need to find something to wear, and fast. It's kind of getting cold out here. I think whoever hit me took my wallet, too, unless I didn't have it with me, which seems unlikely. And my head kind of hurts. I think it might be a concussion. Can't be sure. I don't remember where I was staying, and if I need money to get there, then I'm kind of fucked. I kind of made this call illegally, too, but it's just 2 cents. I'm sure the payphone company can survive it. So, yeah. Other than that, I'm great.
Sounds like quite a day.
The last thing I remembered was when I was in San Francisco. I'm definitely missing a few days. Gonna need some catch-up, if you don't mind.
Mr. J, what's... with the amount of time your brain gets tossed around in your skull, it's a wonder you have enough mind left to be a detective.
Well, that's why I'm the best person for the job.
Keep telling yourself that.
Anyway, I assume I'm here for a job. I remember something about a call from the Tulgi.
That was like 4 or 5 days ago.
Seriously? Jesus Christ.
Whoever knocked you out must have got in a good hit. I think I know the basics. I can give you a basic rundown of the case.
Wait, let me guess. Does the case have something to do with a circus by any chance?
That's why he's the detective, you know? Good, so you did make it there. Their magician, the amazing Hattie, is missing.
Since when?
Since Monday. Almost a week now.
Yeah, concussions are scary. And the detective, I mean, we're open to all opportunities here. Who's the client?
Our client is Moses Morgan, the owner of Morgan's Traveling Circus.
Anything else we know about Mr. Morgan?
Not much. He isn't the usual P.T. Barnum type. From what I could gather, he's not really one for the spotlight. But he seems to have a good rep in the business, popular in the industry, no major complaints against him.
Which could either be a very good sign or a very bad sign.
Well, I guess you'll find that out for yourself.
Oh, man.
Oh, that's scary, Scully.
Yeah, brains are... It is nuts. Our brain is just in this little thing, and if it just gets shook up a little bit, everything gets out of whack.
Those things are too soft.
So the magician has been missing for almost a week. Why haven't they called the police?
Oof, that's a scary role to have.
Mine's super smooth. It just bounces around and nothing happens, you know?
Nice. From what I understand, they did.
Then why are they calling me?
You'll have to ask the client that.
Okay, I guess I need to talk to the client as soon as possible. Or maybe I already did? What a thought. Can't well go see him dressed like this. Please tell me you know where I'm supposed to be staying.
Who do you think books all your rooms? Your motel is on Shermer Road, right next to the circus. Shouldn't be any trouble finding it.
Alright, that's the plan then. Motel, get dressed, meet the circus boss.
Client is Moses Morgan, the owner of Morgan's Traveling Circus. He hired me to investigate the disappearance of his star magician. I need to talk to him, but I need to look presentable first. Hopefully I can find some suitable clothing back in my motel room.
Hey, boss. I'll get on it. Thanks, Ruth. I'll see you when I get back to San Fran. Say hi to Thief for me. Don't let him steal too many sandwiches.
I love Thief. Be careful. Wait until your mother hears about this, young man.
Hey, he's just gonna get dressed up like a clown. I was hoping to avoid that.
You should know better by now. That woman knows everything.
At least hold off on tattling to her until I get the chance to do it myself, please.
You're the boss. Wait, one more thing before you go.
What?
Be careful doing your detective thing in the circus.
Yeah, we already covered that. My head will remain intact for the rest of this investigation, I promise.
I don't mean be careful with yourself. That's a lost cause at this point. I meant be careful with the circus people.
Those circus freaks. What do you mean?
Look, I had a cousin who was in the circus back in the day. The Carnies, it's almost like they have their own little secret society. They are insanely protective against anyone they view as an outsider. They'll cooperate if forced, but they'll never tell you anything useful if they don't trust or at least respect you. So don't go all the way in doing your thing.
What thing? I don't have a thing.
Just don't be so you. It might make them anxious.
What does that mean exactly? I can hear her sigh into the phone.
You look like someone who wants to make mass arrests.
But I'm not a cop.
Just be more gentle than usual, okay? Try getting them to trust you.
Easier said than done.
I know. Circus secrets. Ruth told me that carnies are notoriously wary toward people they view as outsiders. They could make my investigation difficult. Never mind. I'm sure it'll all work out as usual, although I have no idea how you keep pulling it off. Anything else, boss?
Mouse? Nope.
You better go then. Lots of work to do.
Sometimes I think she only calls me boss to humor me.
She definitely only calls you boss to humor you.
I steady myself and open the payphone door again. I peek my head out to see if anyone's around. But this time I catch a glimpse of someone, and they're holding something awfully familiar. That looks a lot like my wallet. And the stranger, the robber probably, is rifling through it. I approach quietly, formulating a plan in my head. He's about 6'4", with wide shoulders and arms like cannon barrels.
We haven't talked about it yet, but I'm grooving to this little circus track.
It is nice.
It's a good one. And like it could get repetitive, but it's not, you know?
As I move closer, it feels like his frame is blotting out the sun. No wonder he managed to knock me out. I'm not so egotistical as to think I could possibly beat him in a fair fight. And since I don't have any weapons or allies nearby, I only have a few options.
Confront him with righteous anger. We're gonna try to negotiate. So this is the eclipse I heard about.
I reach out to pat him on the shoulder. Damn, he's really tall. Hey. He whips around in alert, almost tripping over himself. Despite his imposing stature, he's obviously quite young, probably in his early 20s.
Just a boy. Who?
Didn't think I'd wake up that quickly, did ya?
What the heck? I didn't choose righteous anger.
Joke's on you, this ain't my first rodeo.
I thought we were negotiating. What?
Shh, listen. You don't want to make a scene, do you? Oh no.
Oh no, he's not.
Just you wait.
I guess not.
So, how about this? I'll let you keep the cash, but I really need the rest of the wallet back. There's some personal things, worthless to you, but priceless to me.
What? I'm not going to... Did you say this is your wallet?
Come on, you just took it from me. And where did you put my clothes?
I didn't do anything like that. I think you have the wrong person. I just found the wallet on the ground, just over there, outside of that train car. I was checking inside to see if there was a name or a picture or something.
That makes a lot of sense, actually. Oh. Oh! I'm so sorry for the misunderstanding. He scratches his head and laughs it off.
Hey, don't worry about that. I'm sorry, what happened to you?
I think someone knocked me out and took all my stuff. So when I woke up and saw you holding my wallet, well... In my defense, my head's still fuzzy. Probably a concussion.
Yeah, playing the concussion card to get out of... How rude you were to this soft man. You sure this is your wallet?
You checked inside, right? It probably has my business card in it. Jones Investigative Services? He looks again and pulls out the card.
There it is.
When mystery surfaces, call Jones Investigative Services. Ugh, we really need a new slogan.
I'm gonna call the number.
I was in reference to fishes, isn't carnies not liked by carnival folk? I think it probably has more to do with the fact that carnies have been turned, like, the use in popular media has been, like, carnies are, like, scary, like, they're used in, like, the, like, scary horror movies, you know, and it's like, oh, the carnies over there, but, like, apparently, I looked it up, there's, like, a bunch of different variations of that term across, like, there's rennies, like, for Ren fairs, there's, in Australia, they call them showmen, so they're showmies, so it's like, it's just a term. I don't think it has, like, any, like, actual offensive root. It's just, like, they just don't like it because it ties into that stuff probably more, and it's like, yeah, but I think it is, it's more the intent of the word than the word itself, and also Phyllis too, dude.
Nasty.
Stinky.
Oh.
She was
So
asleep.
sad.
She was asleep. We yelled nasty stinky. She looked at us all sad. And over there in the pocket, there should be a photo of my cat. It says thief on it.
Y'all are gonna love this. Get a load of this guy. Why does it say thief?
That's his name. My friend found it hilarious because I'm a detective. Thief. He looks at the photo and smiles.
Aw, little guy.
His gaze lingers on the photos for a few seconds before putting everything back in its place and handing the wallet back to me.
Crunching. Well, sorry about that. Here you go.
Look inside the wallet. There's the name card, the photo, and surprisingly about $20 in cash, with a few quarters to boot. That's not a small amount of money. Probably a week's worth of salaries for an average worker. Old and beaten down, but it's mine. Inside there's a photo of my cat Thief and a business card for my office, Jones Investigative Services. I got it back with a little more than $20 inside.
Who carries quarters in a wallet?
There used to be like coin pouches and wallets.
I think there still are in a lot of them.
There's still $20 in here.
Yeah, you said you were robbed?
Something doesn't make sense here.
Fishy. Occasionally, you may realize the information you have doesn't add up. Someone might be lying, or you might be making the wrong assumptions. That's where contradict comes in. Click on the labels at the top or use blah blah blah, present and contradict. Choose 2 items from your collection that contradict each other to point out the logical inconsistency and get to the bottom of the question.
Basically, press X to doubt, yes.
You'll still be presenting contradictions to people. Note who you are talking to. If they know nothing about what you're talking about, then the contradiction won't matter to them. With contradiction hint turned on, whenever a contradiction is available with the current NPC, the exclamation point will shake here to let you know. Okay, so you can turn that off and on.
Yeah.
I see. If you don't think you need the help, you can turn it off in the settings under basic. You can open settings by hitting escape. Okay. Now, what 2 pieces of information or evidence do not add up here? Try using contradict in your collection to point them out. Okay.
You have to click it first.
This?
Yeah. And pick the 2 things that don't add up.
Well, I wanted to read this first.
You can click it away. It's fine.
Okay, so we thought we're a robbery victim, and yet we still have
Money.
all of our cash in our wallet. Contradiction.
A robber looking for money definitely wouldn't have left more than $20 of cash in my wallet. Thought whoever robbed me must have been looking for money. But there's still cash in my wallet. That would be the first thing they'd take. Perhaps they didn't see the wallet fall to the ground, and that's why they took my clothes. They didn't find any money, so they took whatever they could. You said you found it by the train?
Yeah, it was sitting out in the open. I don't think they could have missed it if they were looking for it. I'm surprised someone else didn't grab it before I did. Luckily, not a lot of customers come around here.
Interesting. Guess it might not be about the money.
Not about money, but malice.
I should correct my previous theory. I woke up next to the train station by the circus, missing my clothes and some of my recent memories. Seems like someone whacked me over the head, knocked me out, and took all my stuff. But not for my wallet, which still had money inside. What were they trying to do?
Scully, do you know if there's a specific
Yeah, I was just
timeline
looking it
that
up.
said? I'm pretty sure this is supposed to be like
It's like
what,
the 50s.
40s, 50s.
Because it says
somewhere
after the
around there.
war.
Yeah.
And the war was late 40s. So it's like 50s, which would be about $20 is about $257.
Yeah, so it's old-timey monies.
Let's say this wasn't about the money. Then why attack me?
Maybe they were just trying to embarrass you, like a prank.
Well, mission accomplished.
Can you think of anyone who might have it out for you?
Funny, that's usually my line.
Right, you are a detective. You can solve the case yourself, right?
Perhaps. My enemies are too numerous to count, but
Okay, humble brag.
I don't think they'd let me off this easy.
You call this easy?
I'm still alive and have all my limbs, so yes. This is easy by their standards. It's almost like they weren't targeting me personally. Maybe they were trying to take some evidence rather than cash. I am growing more and more curious about this case at the circus. And speaking of the circus, there's one more thing I wanted to ask you. You work here, right?
Yes, how did you?
Well, the gloves and the scars. At first I thought you'd just been in a lot of knife fights due to me suspecting you of assault and theft. Once I realized that wasn't the case. You also said not a lot of customers come around here, which implies you're on the other side of that equation. A massive circus worker with a lot of scars from cuts or slashes. You're the animal trainer.
You're the animal trainer. Brilliant. Is that what detectives do?
That's just bloody brilliant. Don't give me too much credit considering how wrong my first guess was. Sorry for the whole assuming you're a criminal thing, by the way. Chalk it up to the concussion.
Yeah. Shifting the blame. Always shifting the blame, this guy. Oh, by the way, my name's Rolf.
Rolf.
Our circus is called Morgan's Traveling Circus.
Rolf.
Rolf is the animal trainer at Morgan's Traveling Circus.
Looks like this won't be the last time I see Rolf. Nice to meet you, Rolf. And you've seen my card, I'm a detective. People usually just call me Jones. Whoa, Rolf!
Rolf would do that.
Yeah. Your boss must be Moses Morgan, right?
Yeah, I guess you've heard of him.
Well, you could say that. He's my client, actually.
He hired a detective? Oh, are you here about Hattie?
I believe I am.
Oh. Wait, what if whoever attacked you is...
It's a possibility. But I think I've leapt to enough conclusions today.
Alright. This is all such a mess. Well, if you are looking for Boss, he's always in his office. It's the small square tent, over there by the end of the train car. But you should probably put on some clothes first. Do you have anything to wear?
You know what makes Rolf, takes Rolf from, one step up to, hot?
What?
It's the thumb in the belt loop.
It's pretty good.
You know what I mean? Just that little thumb in there, just how can I help you? I'll be fine. I have a motel room nearby with some of my luggage. Thanks to you, I have my wallet back, so I can get clothes for myself if I need to.
Sounds good. Let me know if you need anything.
He hesitates before quietly making his next offer.
I need to go, but you can come talk to me later if you want. You can find me in the Big Top at 1 p.m. or Fair at 2 p.m. I have shows scheduled then.
Look at him. Look at him fidgeting with the little... I'll likely take you up on that. Thanks for the help. Really, I appreciate it.
He's going, come find me later, maybe?
I bid Rolf goodbye and turn around.
Yeah, fish. There's something in that wallet worth stealing
Something.
that isn't money.
A key evidence piece? This is gonna be a fun walk. What was the address Ruth gave me again? Shroomer Road? Epoch!
Oh, hi, Epoch. Welcome to Book Club.
Now we're in it. Long intro, but now we're in it.
Now we're in the mystery. Shermer, you fool.
So as you may have just seen, the way this game works is we have our 5 action points. You see that in the upper left corner. Every hour of the day, you have to spend all 5 of your action points. Goes from the one person to the other person. They also have their own set of action points. After both people are done with their turns, next hour. Go and go and go until you reach the end of the day.
And it's just a one-day mystery.
Yeah. Well, yeah. That'll be revealed in the detective next turn.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, it's a one-day mystery. So the clock is working against you.
But yeah, we're doing good. We're just getting started, getting into this mystery. It's very fun so far. How are you doing? What are you up to today?
I gotta go pee pee.
Oh, goodbye. You want me to keep going?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Moses asked me to go find Alice backstage. What did he say again? The small tent behind the big top? Ooh, I love a map. Oh, I love a map that I can explore. Fortune teller. I want to go there. Okay, that's all the fair. Stable. Big top. Okay, backstage. There's a lot of places we can go. We can go into individual train cars. I wasn't expecting the train to be such a prominent location. Made some beaded earrings. That's cool. Have you shared pictures of them anywhere? I would love to see. I wonder if our main characters will meet. Yeah, I'm not sure if they do. I didn't read that mentioned in Nate's review of the game, but he might not have mentioned everything, so it was a no spoilers one. Have them on Insta. We'll also drop them in the Discord. Heck yeah, thank you. I'm excited to see them. Backstage is actually just a small tent behind the main performance tent. I slip in from the back and pull the curtain. It's not exactly tidy, but it's significantly cleaner than I expected. A splash of loud colors compete for attention, from outlandish costumes to wildly patterned fabrics. I love this scene. This is a pretty room. The art in this game is so good. Various fantastical stage props are piled around the small room, making it look like some sort of fairy tale storage facility. I clear my throat. Ahem. A tiny girl, a young woman, pops out from behind one of the big boards. A string of soft clinking and clattering follows her movements as tools rattle around in her pockets. I know, the characters are so good. She eyes me up and down, obviously wondering if I'm supposed to be here, but decides against speaking first. You must be Alice. She nods once. Alice is the mechanic at Morgan's traveling circus. Great, I'm Jackie. What are you doing here?
The switchery!
They already know, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I could say this.
So they're like, yeah. You know, what are you doing? You're like, here for the old switcheroo.
Okay. Mr. Morgan asked me to come here. Here, he wrote this note. He said you'll understand. I hand her the note. She scans it quickly, shakes off her disbelief, then parses it again. I'm surprised that the paper isn't bursting into flames from the intensity of her stare. Is everything okay?
Huh?
Is everything okay?
Oh wait, why am I hurt?
You can hear.
Oh, yes. It's okay, I guess.
She stares at the ground in stunned silence.
I just can't believe... What is he thinking? Dressing someone up as her. He didn't even tell us about this. See, I think this is Alice is learning through the letter, and like Alice is the first one to learn, so.
Sorry to spring this upon you. I can't imagine what you feel like. Were you pretty close? This must be weird.
I just see, like, this might be weird for you, and just in my head, it's like, ooh, this is a little cringe, huh? You don't feel like her.
That's because I'm not. I'm just going to pretend for a bit. Are you okay?
Enjoy your dinner.
Enjoy your dinner, Epoch. Thanks for lurking.
This just doesn't feel real. I never thought... How did everything come to this? Is this really gonna work?
We'll see. But first, I have to get into costume, so to speak.
Right. Moses wants me to help with the costume.
She looks me up and down.
I think you'll fit in her old one. Can I take some measurements?
Sure. I'm still stuck on the awkwardness of the conversation we were having. But once work came up, she forgot all about any discomfort and began moving with purpose. Before I can fully respond, she's already rummaging through her little pouch and pulling out a tape measure.
Can you stand with your back to the shelf over there? I need to see how tall you are.
She charges toward the corner with a large shelf and clears a place to stand.
Yeah, let me just move the eye out of the way. You can stand here on the right side. Back straight, please. Yeah, like that.
I put my back to the shelf as she pins one side of the tape measure under the bottom and stretches it to the top of my head.
I don't think I mentioned the music, man, huh?
Not really, no.
That's all me.
It's good music. With her short stature, she has to resort to getting on the stairs next to us to read the results.
Looks like you're right around 5'8". Hattie was 5'6".
I could have told you that. My height, I mean.
Sorry, I just like to measure things myself.
She snaps the tape measure back and pulls out a soft tailor's tape from her pouch, wrapping it around my shoulder and waist.
Hold your arms straight out to the sides.
With a tape measure in her hand and numbers scribbled on her notebook, she now looks comfortable and self-assured. She's in her zone.
All right, I'm done now.
I let out the breath I've been holding and relax my hands. She's jotting down something quickly on a notepad while clearly forming a plan in her head.
I think we can get away with doing a few adjustments on her, on the costume we already have. So your shoulders are a little wider, but nothing to worry about. I can do a couple of things to give you some breathing space. What's your shoe size?
I'm not sure.
How can you be not sure?
Aren't measurements in the States different?
Right, you were in Europe.
She ducks into the pile of stuff on the other side of the room and emerges with a pair of purple high heels.
How's this for you?
I sit down on the stairs and try squeezing my foot in. My toes are screaming. I feel like one of Cinderella's evil stepsisters.
Yeah, you probably don't need the heels given your extra height. Let me see.
She scans the room and releases a little ha when she finds a pair of black knee-high boots from the far corner.
I think these were Chip's, actually, but he's a short guy. Try them on. Let me know if they're too large. I can add insoles or stuff them.
I slip them on. Pain-free. Thank you. Much better. But the color, does it go with the costume?
Black goes with everything.
Wait, I think... Oh.
I have some of the dress fabric left.
I sit there while Alice works her magic on the dress and the boots. I stare dumbly while she pulls out a pair of scissors from her tool belt and goes to work. First, she carefully removes the zipper from the back of the dress, hidden under the ruffle and replaces it with a ribbon lacing to give it more width. Next, she cuts long stripes of the purple fabric and delicately wraps around the boots. Then she pulls out the glue. Noticing me staring, she looks a bit embarrassed. What are you doing? Stop doing weird meme things and sound.
I know it looks silly, but glue really works in a pinch.
Turning this up so I can go to kitchen and make guac? You better bring me some fish, please. Scully, I agree. There are some colors that black doesn't go with, in my opinion. Of course she's right. With just a few touches of the glue, the fabric adorns the boot like it was always a part of the costume.
Alright, can you try these on and let me know how they fit?
In a blink of an eye, she lays out the dress, the boots, a pair of gloves, and a top hat, all on the sofa. Like, here?
Where else? We're backstage. Oh, you mean like in front of me? Sorry, we don't have a changing room or anything. I'll look away if you want.
I'm just going to change behind that big cardboard, okay? I duck behind the little board. I have to crouch to fit myself behind it, which is not the easiest position to be in when putting on a dress.
Do you need help, with the lacing or anything?
She's clearly not keen on helping, but probably feels compelled to ask out of obligation. No, I'm good. Almost done. With some awkward shuffling, I'm pretty sure I finally got everything on. I'm just not sure I could get out of it without some significant wiggling. Okay, I'm done. Alice scans me up and down. Her eyes are on me, but they're 1,000 miles away. Alice?
Yeah, theater kids have none modesty, Ken. Yes, everything fits?
Everything's fine. Great, actually.
That's it then, I think. Do you want to take a look?
She gestures to the makeup mirrors. I peek.
Wow.
Wow.
The amazing Hattie.
That's her for sure. I hardly recognize myself. I agree, Sassy. Whoa. Looks?
I know. Hot. Ooh, that sounds like a good dinner at Epoch.
Oh, yum.
50 XP unlocked.
Let's go. So, I'd be keeping this for the big show tonight?
Sure.
A magician's getup, complete with a top hat and gloves. The outfit is pretty modest by circus standards, but the ruffles and colors are still rather flattering. I just need to not think too much about the fact that I am technically wearing a dead person's clothes.
Oh, that reminds me, we should talk a little bit about show arrangements. The big show starts at 7 every night and goes until 10. Usually the ringmaster does a routine to introduce all the performers up front, but since your appearance is supposed to be a surprise, I think it'll be better for you to only do the closing act from 9 to 10. Come back here at 8 p.m. so we can go over some last-minute arrangements.
Surprise appearance. As Hattie, I need to pull off a surprise appearance and closing performance for the big show. Alice, the circus mechanic, suggests I should check in with her backstage at 8 p.m. to go over some final arrangements.
Everyone will be in the big top watching the show, so you won't need to worry about someone seeing you. What set are you planning to do tonight? Do you need anything for props?
I'm still trying to figure all that out. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions?
What does that have to do with your performance?
Well, I'm new here, and the boss is busy, so he didn't tell me much about everything that's going on. I can't decide on what to do if I don't have the full picture of the circus and what the audience will expect.
I don't think that's how it works.
Come on, we'll just chat a little bit, like friends. Unless you're busy, I can come back later.
No, it's fine. I need to help with something at 11, but I have some time, I guess.
Ah, thank you so much, Sherry. You are a sweetheart.
What, is that French? Never mind, I don't even want to ask. You're French? What'd you want to talk about?
Nah, you throw in a little French in your conversations with the pretty stage mechanic.
Mon chéri, oh, you're stunning.
Time doesn't wait for anyone. In one time block, you only have a limited number of chances to take action. This is measured by action points. You can see how many are remaining. Performing actions such as using collection to inquire or contradict will cost AP, so think strategically. The time block will end automatically when you run out of AP, so keep an eye on them. Okay, so we have 4 opportunities.
So remember one of your tasks. If at any point you want to know your tasks, you can click on this. It's to inquire about
Hattie. Okay. So we'll just start there. So, what was Hattie like? I figured since I'm going to be her, I better know a bit more about her, right? She closes her eyes and turns away, hands still clutching the strap of her bag.
I don't know what to say.
Come on, you worked together for years, and judging by your earlier reactions, I'd wager you cared a great deal about her, right?
No, yes, we're colleagues. Everyone here cared about her.
Why are you being so in denial, Alice? She finally looks back at me in the eyes.
It's just, no one ever could have imagined something like this happening to her.
Almost as if she's afraid I was going to open my mouth and ask more, she moves on to the next topic.
Sorry, so, Hattie, she was a really good magician. Wish you could have seen her perform. The crowds loved her. She was a true star. That's why they're mad she isn't here.
Well, that's what I'm here for. Her eyes snap up and she bites her lips, suddenly looking infuriated.
No, you're not listening. You don't understand. Hattie was irreplaceable. You can't take her place. Not with the dress or the hat or whatever.
Whoa. That's going a bit too far, don't you think? What would Hattie say to that? She lowers her eyes, but her eyes remain fiery and stubborn.
She would have agreed.
You sure about that?
You sure about that?
Her teeth clench.
You don't know, Hattie. You can't do her tricks. You're here only because she is gone.
I knew Hattie, actually.
Huh?
I knew Hattie before all of this.
But I've never heard her mentioned.
It's not important, though. You're right. I can never become Hattie. I'm not her.
Sorry, it's not... I don't mean it as anything against you. I'm just having a hard time with... Just don't think anyone can take her place. Or that anyone should.
Irreplaceable. Alice said Hattie's position as the star magician of Morgan's traveling circus is irreplaceable, and that she doesn't think anyone can or should take her place. She insists that Hattie would have agreed with her. I think Hattie is like our sibling or cousin or something, like Jackie's sibling or cousin. She shakes her head.
Never mind. It's silly.
Sorry if I was. I don't mean to offend you.
Again, like, it's like, as I say in the review, and like, this is a group of people all in mourning, and you just show up and you're like, hi, I'm gonna be your dead friend. Like, so it's a lot. No,
I get it.
I apologize. I overreacted.
All right, we got that done, and now we have 3 more options
It's just anything.
to just see what's going on. So we could follow up on that, I guess. We could ask about the
About the
situation some more. We might do that one. Might do that one, and then maybe
Ask
her to tell us about her. So this whole Hattie situation seems to be the talk of the town.
Oh my god.
You okay?
I know, it's been crazy.
So if you don't mind me asking, how has this been affecting the business? Are people really returning their tickets?
I don't know. It's not for me to worry about.
That's not my job. Don't die is bad for your health.
But this whole thing just feels so wrong. I remember a time when a circus was coming to town would be front page news. People would drive for hours and contract boats just to come see the performance. Kids would try to sneak in or do all kinds of odd jobs for them just for a free ticket. And then we'd go see the acrobats and the animals. If you run to the front row and reach your hand out, you could touch the horses and elephants. It was magical. But it seems like people are just less impressed with what we do these days, you know? It seems like they're expecting people to be shot out of cannons or birds that will turn into snakes or something. I don't know, maybe I'm being too cynical. It just seems like they don't really understand what the circus is about. I don't really know about the number stuff, but the boss doesn't seem too worried about it, so I guess it's fine. I don't really care if it makes a ton of money, or just enough. As long as we can keep going, I will be here. Passion.
Passionate about the magic of the circus. Tell me more, Alice. Moses told me you work the magic around here.
Me? Oh, little old me? I don't perform or anything, I just make stuff.
What kind of stuff do you make?
Props mostly. I paint on boards a lot. Oh, I also make some of the costumes, I guess. Not anything fancy with sequins or leather, but the regular stuff. I also fix things, so if you have something that's broken, you can bring it to me and I'll try my best.
Don't sell yourself short. That sounds really awesome. I've never met anyone who can handle so many different tasks at once. How did you learn these things?
Well, I kind of just picked them up here and there. I learned most of the technical stuff from the old mechanic. He's retired now, and well, I knew how to draw before I came here.
Before you came here?
Yeah, someone in my family is an artist. Well, he knew how to draw. I don't know if that makes him an artist. He definitely likes to think he is.
A wry smile passes her lips, but her brows narrow.
I hated drawing. I hated the way it smelled. I hated the expensive paints. I hated the other artists who would host parties in their tiny houses with their wives running around scouring cupboards for enough bread for everyone. I hated all the time he'd spent staring at a blank canvas, trying to come up with something that would never get into galleries. He'd rather do that than take a job to make an ad or anything of value. When I came here, I said I would do anything if they just let me stay. And Howie, the old mechanic, just looked me up and down and asked, "Can you walk a tightrope 20 feet high in the air? Can you juggle balls, clubs, and knives? Can you stand on horses?" How about carrying 150 pounds of luggage, cooking meals for hundreds of people in a tent, doing people's hair and makeup without electricity or running water? I couldn't do any of those things. He said, and I don't know how you could help us. I said I'd learn. He said no. I said please. He told me to go home. Finally I said, I can draw. He said, well, why don't you just say so? We need someone to do the posters. So yeah, the fact that I knew how to draw was the only reason that got me hired. I was too young to do any sort of useful labor, but probably too old to learn any of the tricky performances, so drawing was the only thing I had going for me. It was the only time I ever felt lucky for what he does.
Wowee.
Hates artists.
Silver handgun. No. I think probably ask about the costume. Or follow up on this. Do you think
Whatever you want to do.
Do you think
bro.
she has more to say about this?
Maybe.
Yeah, I'll ask about this. When you said you think Hattie is irreplaceable,
I'm sorry I said that. I didn't think about your situation.
no worries, but I'm just curious what you meant by it. Do you mean her skill as a magician, her fame, or simply her as a person?
I don't know. Being stupid, I guess. I know the circus needs someone now. I just wish this never had happened. Not being fair to you, I know.
She pauses. Her nails are digging into her wrists.
So, what about you? What's your plan?
Plan?
I mean, you can't dress like this and call yourself Hattie forever.
Oh,
Why
no.
not?
This is temporary.
So once this blows over, you're gonna be performing as Jackie again with us?
You mean like in the circus? Traveling with everyone? She doesn't know about the letter yet, among other things, so it's probably best to be vague for now. I don't think so. Nothing against the circus, but I'm not sure I'll stick around.
So what's the point? You're just here to masquerade as a dead person?
That's...
And then whenever the press or the people stop caring about this, you're just gonna disappear?
what? Her anger catches me completely off guard. I thought you didn't want a replacement.
It's not about that. What will people think about Hattie? And
Breathe in. She's grieving. Breathe out. Can't blame her for reacting emotionally.
what happens to the circus then? We'll just be left hanging without a magic act?
Hey, I understand the frustration, okay? I get that everyone here must be concerned with all the uncertainty. But Moses only asked me to be here to handle this emergency. Everyone will have to decide how to move forward from here, but we don't have to do that right now, okay? She blinks as if a fog is clearing from her mind.
She'd be going through it, bro.
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't know what...
It's okay.
Can we please talk about something else? I'm leaving, bye.
Man, that was a heavy conversation. She looks away for a few seconds. A silence hangs between us. I can tell she's getting a bit tired with these questions. Sorry, I don't mean to keep you. Did you say you had something to do? She takes a discreet little sigh of relief and replies with more spirit.
Look, this has been... I hope I helped, but I really gotta go.
This has been... That's it.
There's a puppet performance at the fair for the next hour, and I need to go find Echo and check if the Calliope is working. I should be done in an hour or so. If you have any other questions or anything else you need, come back and find me then.
Okay, thanks for everything.
So I forgot this is still kind of like an intro sequence. And then after this is open up. Because now you're going to go to the... well, you're going to go hotel, then you're going to go to Moses. Oh.
That's you.
I make my way to the hotel, trying my best not to draw attention to my attire. Naked. Luckily, it's a quick walk, and I think everyone is too enthralled by the circus acts to pay much attention to a homeless-looking guy. The people at the motel recognize me. I tell them my key was stolen, so they provide me a replacement. After a small service fee, of course.
Of course.
With all the trouble and the humiliation and the physical peril, this job better pay like Rockefeller himself hired me.
I doubt it will.
I open the door to my room. Everything seems undisturbed. I put on a change of clothes and look around the room.
The key to any good detective work is observation.
At the end of the game. Now, this is still the intro. After the game ends, we'll be in it.
When you see the magnifying glass icon on the left side, it means you can enter investigation mode. It will cost you 1 action point to enter investigation mode, but once you start investigating, you can move your cursor around and look at everything in the scene. All notable items will be highlighted when you hover over them. Press the highlighted item to get a detailed description. Sometimes if something is particularly noteworthy, it might be added as an item into your collection. Yeah.
So, just a heads up, whenever you have that there, the minute you click it, it's an action point. So that's the thing I complained about in the review with the controller. It's just pushing like right on the D-pad makes that happen. So even if I was like in my inventory and I was trying to push right to like go right in my inventory, I suddenly would pop up this and I'd lose an action point. I was like, oh, okay.
Stinky.
But when you're in it, you can look at as many things as you want.
All right. Where to start?
Finally. Never thought I'd miss the feeling of clothes on my skin so much. Nudist? Most of my belongings are still lying neatly in the suitcase. I don't even remember what I packed. It looks like a few days worth of clothes and some of my tools. Ropes, handcuffs, binoculars, stuff like that.
Kinky.
Don't think I'll need them for this case. What's this? Some sort of flyer? I'll pick it up for a closer look. Ropes?
Handcuffs?
It's a flyer for the circus. Morgan's Traveling Circus? That's the one. There's an elephant, a dancing horse, an acrobat, a juggler, and a dark-haired woman in a purple ruffled dress holding a top hat, front and center. The text in front proclaims, "Performances every night by," with a flowery signature from the amazing Hattie.
Whoa, nice delivery.
Thank you. I think that's our missing person. A generic hotel nightstand. The first thing I checked when I arrived were the drawers. They're all empty. The ashtray is conspicuously empty too. Either they already cleaned it out, which would make them the motel with the best service on this continent, or I didn't even have time to enjoy a cigarette when I got in. A map of the local area and a phone book. Looks like I was doing a little research when I first got here. My trusty trench coat.
Classic detective.
I'll put it on before I leave. It's good for a cold or rainy day. It's breathable and light. It blends in easily in the crowd. Perhaps most important of all, it looks great on me.
Okay, Detective Jones, you sold me. I'll buy one.
I do. I would do want a little detective trench coat.
That's his side job, is slinging detective coats.
And people wonder why my wardrobe is full of them.
Okay.
I think that's everything.
That's everything that was clickable.
Trench coats for the table. All right. I think I got everything I need. It's time to meet the client.
Are we done here? When you see the map icon on the left side, it means you can choose to move to another location.
Blah, blah, blah. You're lucky, bro.
What?
They patched this. It cost action points to go places before.
Oh, really?
They patched it so it doesn't anymore. You're lucky, dude. You get to do more shit.
In the future, you'll also be able to choose which location you want to go to whenever you want. It does not cost action points. Okay.
Liar. I have the footage to prove it, too.
So we need to go talk to him in the office.
I like this little, detective in the corner, like, what am I doing?
That's me in the corner.
That's me not in the spotlight. Being a detective. Okay.
Nice.
Come in. Oh, God, I'm talking to myself.
I can take Moses.
I can't be sure if I already talked to him. Let him make the first move.
I'll be Moses. What business brings you here, Mr.
So he doesn't know me. That's good, but also odd. If I didn't come here to meet him, why was I here? Is there someone else that I was supposed to meet? My name's Rolf. Well, I should ask you. After all, it was you who called us, Mr. Morgan.
Jones. Detective Jones.
He definitely has a fedora, and he's tipping it for sure.
Mr. Jones from San Francisco.
Yes, Mr. Jones from San Francisco. 50 XP unlocked.
Woohoo!
Mimosas. I understand I'm here to investigate the disappearance of your magician.
Well, not quite. You see, there were a few details I didn't want to mention over the phone. I was hoping to let you know in private when you got here. To be honest, I was expecting you here a little earlier. The situation has evolved since our last call.
I apologize. There was an incident. That's us every time we're 15 minutes late to stream. I apologize. There was an incident, chat. Regardless, what do you mean, not quite? Do you know where she is? He sighs.
I trust that there's no need to say this conversation must remain strictly confidential.
Yes, of course.
Well, there's no easy way to say this. Hattie is not missing. She's dead.
That's certainly one rather significant detail to omit, sir.
Sorry, but I hope you understand. We don't really have another choice. The circus isn't ready to handle the consequences of that announcement, particularly when we still don't even know the killer or the motive.
You sure it's murder?
Yes, she was found with a knife in her chest.
Where did the murder take place? Can I go see the crime scene?
Can I see it?
Can I pet that dog?
Well, about that. There is actually no crime scene anymore.
Excuse me? What does that even mean? What? Huh?
Well, the day it happened, we were busy setting up the circus. Most tents weren't set up yet. The only one we had was a small temporary tent for short-term storage.
And that was the crime scene.
Yes, we had to take it down because the circus had to open.
So we have nothing. Great. Great.
Perfect. The police did take a photo of the scene. Here's a copy.
Bom, bom, bom.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
She's dead.
Oh my god. That's way darker than I imagined it was going to be.
She's dead, wrapped in straps.
Oh my god. Okay.
She was murdered. What did you think was gonna be shown?
I don't know, but like, imagining like she's like dead on the ground. Like this looks like intentional, like so like it's a game to them, you know?
Oh my gosh, she fucking dead.
She's so fucking dead.
Her hair's a little messy, but the room and her clothing look pretty tidy. Was there bleeding from the wrists where they were bound by the ropes?
I don't think so. What does that mean? Does that mean that she was killed somewhere else and then displayed like this?
Well,
Ew!
I mean, it looks like it's part of an act, right? Like, I don't think it's just like, you know, like, there's already pre-built-in straps. Like, I don't think this was, like, hung up, right? So, like, I assume those straps are not tight enough to hurt you.
This is wild, bro. This is wild.
And were there any other visible wounds other than the knife?
I'm shook and I'm shocked. Nothing clearly visible, no.
No trauma on the head or the neck?
No.
Curious.
What are you thinking?
Well, there's no sign of struggle in the scene. If she tried to fight back, it would have at least messed up this room and her clothes a little bit. If the killer was holding the knife when they fought, she would have defensive wounds on her hands. So either she was unconscious or she agreed to be bound. I initially thought that someone could have attacked her from the back, but that doesn't appear to be the case. I resist the urge to reach for the back of my own head. Different MO then. What's that mirror doing here?
It's the storage room. They probably just placed it there when they were moving everything from the train.
So it's not intentional.
I don't believe so, although
Although what, Moses?
sometimes I've seen performers using it to practice for their performance. I've heard it's helpful to observe your form.
And the mirror is in exactly the right position for someone facing Hattie to be looking at their own reflection.
What a freak this killer was.
Is it really a coincidence?
What a weirdo.
Is it placed for practice? Or some kind of twisted enjoyment?
They're so sick and twisted.
There's no way to know yet.
They're so twisted. Can you click on the horse? Let me click on the horse. Cowards.
It's different. It's more precise than you're thinking.
Huh? What do you mean?
The next thing is more precise. It's not a big.
Is it her? Did I click on this and not her?
No, I think you did click on her. You didn't click on the board, but it is
Oh.
still, there's something still more precise than that.
This?
Yes.
Okay, well, let me do the board first.
What is that board?
That's an act we do. It was Hattie's signature performance, the knife-throwing act. Someone would be tied to the board, and she'd throw knives at the board without hitting her partner. The crowds love it.
Could this have been a practice gone wrong?
There's just one problem with that. Hattie's the one throwing the knife, not the one being tied up. It doesn't make sense why she'd be on there.
Is anyone else in your circus a trained knife thrower?
As far as I know, the only one who could do it is, or was, Hattie. But obviously she couldn't have done this to herself.
Obviously.
If you have questions about the act, you should ask Aideen about it. She's our fire performer. She was also the one Hattie strapped to the board for the performance.
Must take an incredible amount of trust for her to be tied there while someone is throwing knives at her.
They were very close.
And they were performance mates.
And they were performance mates at the circus.
All right. Looks like I need to find this Aideen. Aideen? You know, I was curious how that's pronounced. Aideen? Like Amy? Maybe Aideen? Like Amy?
I'm pretty sure it's Aideen.
Aideen? Later.
Alright, let's zoom in.
Were there any fingerprints on the handle?
I asked that too, but no, they couldn't find any fingerprints.
That's the real question. Adine or Idine? So the killer was either wearing gloves or wiped it clean. How about the knife? Do you recognize it?
It's circus equipment. It's one of our custom-made throwing knives. I don't know much about the details, except that they are extremely sharp and well-balanced for throwing. I do know that it still takes incredible skill to hit your target with enough force and accuracy for it to stick.
There might be one thing you're missing.
What's that?
The murder weapon is the throwing knife. But that doesn't mean the killer actually threw it. No one witnessed the act. For all we know, they might have just tied her to the board and stabbed her through the chest. They were saying it doesn't have to have been thrown. It could have just been...
Yeah, I see. Right.
Maybe that's the point. A nice piece of misdirection from the killer, perhaps. Because remember, they were saying, like, only she's the one that has the training. Mm-hmm. Or maybe there's something more to the knife throwing. A symbolic reason? I can't be sure yet. Alright. I think that's all I have about the photo.
Okay then. You can keep the photo. I just have one request.
What?
Please don't show it to people unless it's for a good reason. She was their friend, after all, and I'd hope to spare as many of them from seeing her like that.
But at least one of them has seen the crime scene, right? The person who discovered her? How long after the initial discovery was this photo taken?
The photo was taken by the police after they arrived, which was quite late.
Oh,
The day after the body was first discovered, in fact.
that could be manipulated to shit.
Yep.
I can't trust that nothing was disturbed between the discovery and the taking of the photo. At least let me show it to the people who saw the initial crime scene.
Fair enough. Echo, our puppeteer, was the one that discovered Hattie's body. You can ask him if anything is different in the photo.
Okay.
Echo the puppeteer is supposedly the person who first discovered Hattie's body at the crime scene. Got to inquire with Echo about the photo, see if it accurately represents what she saw.
I don't know if these are like new or my brain got rid of them. There's a decent amount of
Typos.
and
Yeah.
just like put like extra words.
Yeah, I'm noticing a lot. Not a lot, but a few.
It is the studio is from is Chinese, so the fact that there aren't more and that the sentence structure is solid otherwise is
Yeah.
like
Like, the writing is still really good.
yeah. Did Hattie have any enemies? Anyone get into any fights with her lately?
Was she regularly getting into fist fights? Hard to imagine anyone wanting to kill her. We are a close-knit group. We've been performing together every night for quite some time now. It's difficult to envision anyone here killing anyone else.
What about someone outside the circus?
We tour the country, never stay in one place for long. It's extremely unlikely that my crew have any entanglements with anyone in this town.
So which way would you lean? Outsider or fellow performer?
I don't know what to think, Mr. Jones.
Me and Mr. Jones.
I think we need to listen to Ruth and play it cool, you know, not play that.
Tell me the answer.
Yeah, not play that detective. And go ahead.
I understand if you want to keep your opinions private.
I appreciate that, but there's no need to coddle me. Okay. Look, rationally, I know the person who did it was here before the show even opened. Probably has a personal grudge and has access to storage areas.
We've seen the murder photo, Scully.
Yes, we have examined the photo. We're still asking questions of the circus owner here.
But we'll see if we can show you it. If not, we'll describe it. All signs of someone in your crew, Morgan.
Not my crew.
So, in the end, that makes you responsible. You're under arrest, Moses Morgan.
No! Don't arrest me on stream. It's embarrassing.
It's kind of cringe.
Kind of cringe. You're embarrassing me. Yes.
If.
I feel like I know what you're going to ask.
Hypothetically, what would you say the killer's motive could be?
I'm afraid I'm not the best person to ask.
It's your circus.
And we're all just living in it. Generally, I try to refrain from intervening too much in their interpersonal relationships. I'm afraid my meddling could do more harm than good. The performers would surely be able to tell you more about this than I ever could. However, whether they will be entirely forthcoming with you is another matter.
Well, that's for me to worry about. You just need to tell me who I need to talk to.
You'll want to talk to the other performers and our mechanic Alice. They're the ones that knew her the best. Oh, and there's one more person you should be aware of. I'm sure you are aware of what's going on in the newspapers.
I'm not, but I nodded and let him proceed. Yes, of course.
Let me just nod along and move out without a key piece of information.
No, that's
and
just...
hope that you say it.
That's just like, you know, someone comes like, oh, did you hear the news today? And you just go, oh, yeah. Wild, wild stuff.
I don't. I say no. What are you talking about? Because I'm normal. We can't announce the death yet for obvious reasons, but we are under a lot of pressure. The show must go on, as the saying goes. So I had an idea.
Uh-oh. It's never good when they have ideas. What sort of idea are we talking about?
I hired someone to pretend to be Hattie until we get the case figured out.
Are you telling me there's a fake version of the murder victim walking around?
Well, I told her to keep a low profile, so you probably won't even see her around.
How nice of you to remember to inform me about that. Wouldn't want to think I saw a ghost.
I just thought you should be aware.
And just where did you manage to find this replacement? Could this person have anything to do with this case?
I looked into it, and no, she wasn't anywhere near the circus at the time. That much I'm sure of.
Can you walk me through what happened from the beginning? When did the murder take place?
We arrived in Tolgi this Monday before sunrise. It took most of the day to set up, so I gave everyone the rest of the day off. I made a trip into town as I had some business to deal with at the bank and a few investors to meet with. It was raining like hell that afternoon. The road got very muddy. By the time I came back, it was almost 9 p.m., and everyone was waiting for me. That was when they told me Hattie was dead. One of our performers, Echo, found Hattie in the storage room. Her pulse was already gone by then.
Did they call the police?
I called later that night.
Wait. Someone had been killed, but they waited until you were back to contact the authorities?
Mr. Jones, I know it might seem strange, but you have to understand. In the circus, we are very guarded people. Most of us haven't had many pleasant interactions with law enforcement. Usually, we try to resolve our issues internally, but this is not a simple fight or theft. This is far beyond what any of us are accustomed to. We were all in shock. So I insisted on calling them.
I understand. But then why hire a private investigator if the police are on it?
Are the police really on it?
He pauses, pressing his lips together. I can almost see the amount of force needed to unclench his jaw and respond.
I called them on Monday night. They show up here the next day. They claimed the body, took some photos, and asked everyone a few questions. I haven't heard from them since.
Not a single update?
I called them yesterday to ask if I could have a copy of the autopsy report. They stonewalled me.
Do you know why they're ignoring this case?
Corruption, laziness, prejudice, take your pick. Frankly, I don't much care about their reasoning. In my business, you learn very quickly that you can't buy respect from those who have none. Creative solutions, though, those are always for sale.
And that's where I come in.
And that's where you come in. Can PIs legally call themselves a detective? I do not know that.
They actually, so I guess PI can also be described as private detective, so just the private part is the most important part. It's not a public affair, it's a private affair. So you still don't have the autopsy report?
I can call them again, but at this point, I wouldn't hold my breath waiting for it.
That means you don't have a clear time of death.
I believe the last time everyone saw her was around 5 p.m. A few of my workers saw her coming out of her trailer. No one knew where she went afterward, until Echo found her at 7 p.m.
So somewhere between 5 and 7.
And can we be sure that time frame is reliable?
Yeah, can we be sure that time frame is reliable?
That's you. I was asking myself that as Moses, and then you said exactly what I was thinking.
You're so in character.
Yeah. Yes, both can be corroborated by others.
You said it was raining that afternoon, correct? Do you remember when the rain started and stopped?
It didn't start until I got to town. So about 4?
Okay, so
it had already ended when I got back.
rain from 4 to like 9, he said he got back. Prime zone, 5 to 7. And how was the weather these past few days?
Not a drop since.
Good, that gives us a pretty solid window. I can ask around, see what everyone's doing during that time period.
Yes. Looking for an alibi, right?
Probably won't lead to an arrest, but it should eliminate a few suspects.
Good to know.
So that's your... The magician is asking about Hattie, yours is to collect the alibi at the time of death.
That's all.
Alright, think I'm all caught up. How long do I have to solve the case? We're talking about like a week, a couple days, what are we saying?
We leave tonight.
Huh? Tonight?
The screen shake. Yes, we were scheduled to stay here for a week. Hattie was found dead on Monday and I called you Wednesday. Today is our last day.
But don't you still have a show tonight?
We have a show every night.
How can you pack up all this in one night?
You haven't seen a circus performance before, have you? You walk into the tent at 7, and by the time you walk out, everything but the big top will be gone. Disappear. Some people compare it to magic.
Can't you stay a little longer?
I'm gonna ask.
Can't you just stay until the case is resolved? What the fuck?
Believe me, if it were possible, we would. But we are a circus. All of our performances were scheduled months ago. We've already sent advance people to put out posters declaring performance dates in the next stop and the stop after that. We can't really afford to get delayed.
Oh. Wow. Sorry. Never thought much about how these things are supposed to work.
Much like our performances, the business walks a tightrope of schedules and timings. Everything has to go according to plan, or it will cause a chain reaction of everything falling out of order. The big show starts at 7 and ends before 10. The train will start leaving in sections, with the last one departing less than 2 hours after the show ends.
So you're telling me any witnesses or evidence I could possibly have will all be gone before midnight?
That's right.
It's like Cinderella, but instead of a princess, I'm chasing a murderer.
Whoa! Well, when you put it that way.
Well, seems like time is short. I'll need anything and everything you can give me about the case. I'll also need to talk to some of your people.
Of course, whatever you need. And if they ever manage to send over the autopsy result, I'll let you know as soon as possible. I'll give everyone a heads up about you being here, and you can talk to anyone on staff. But it is a show day, so they might still have responsibilities that keep them busy at times. Sorry about that. Oh, and there's one more thing.
What else, bro?
Well, this is a circus, and there are certain trade secrets we have to protect.
What does that mean?
It means that there are certain areas only available to members of the circus, and I'd prefer if it stayed that way.
You hired a detective, yet you still want to keep all your secrets?
Not all of them. Only the stable and backstage areas are off limits. And do not go barging into people's private rooms on the train without permission. They tend to be very territorial.
I'm beginning to think you don't even want me to solve this murder. What murder?
Look, Mr. Jones, I have been completely honest with you up to this point, despite my hesitancy, so I will give you one more hard truth now. Hattie is dead, and there's nothing I can do to change that, including catching who did it. Tensions are running high, and the best thing I can do is to keep things running as usual and maintain a sense of normalcy for my people. I've been through enough goodbyes to know that change is the last thing that folks want at this moment. So yes, of course I care about solving the case. I wouldn't have called you here otherwise. But do I care about it more than keeping this circus running and keeping everyone from falling apart? No.
Well, you are the client. I'll work with your restrictions. Can't guarantee how much they'll impede the work, though.
That's all I ask for. I know the conditions are difficult. Just do your best.
I always do.
I appreciate it. It seems like we have a little more time. If you have more questions about the case, you can ask me right now. Let's ask more about the act.
Yeah, check the task. Because he did tell us his alibi, right? But did it count that?
That's a good question.
No.
So we have to ask that again.
Yeah.
Darn it.
Yeah.
I have told you, Detective, that I went into town on Monday afternoon to handle some business. That's why they waited until I was back to call the police, which you certainly had a lot of questions about.
That's right. Well, I think you'll understand why I'll have to ask this, but can anyone corroborate that?
Certainly, you can speak with my workers. Some of them saw me leave for town and came back after 9, but I have a feeling you wouldn't be satisfied with that. Apart from my own workers, you can also talk to my business associates in town. There must also be some bank tellers and city workers who saw me throughout the day.
That sounds credible. But with only less than 12 hours left in my investigation, I don't really have time to leave and go verify everything myself.
They got payphones, Detective.
I'll just have to see if I can take his word for it. If there's no other reason to doubt his alibi. Okay, you can do one thing.
Okay. What would be best to ask about here?
It's up to you.
What would be best?
So one of the things I talk about in the review, and as we're about to see, as it's finally going to open up, is like this is such a different version of these kinds of games, because even in Phoenix Wright, right, things like that, it's like you have to get to you have to discover something specific, you know, and so you have to get to a certain point, you have to get to a certain thing, you have to put together these things. Here, you're limited by time. You could just not talk to someone. You could just not get this piece of evidence. You could just not, you know? So it is interesting that way. Because it's a lot more open-ended than these games usually are.
Yeah. I think I'm leaning toward either asking more about the act, or if, like, what he thinks about if people are going to,
or like if he has any tips.
Yeah, like how he thinks people will react. Opinions, thoughts?
Interesting. I think I did knife throwing act. I think I might have done both, or I even brought up the attack to him or something. I just was.
How'd you have that many points?
Well, I didn't do the time of death. That's why I brought it up. I was like, I think he was like the one person I got like right at the very end. I was like, I think the alibi doesn't count unless you ask him specifically about it. I like the idea of the secrets, but also the act. I don't know. I like both.
I'm gonna do it.
So I've heard some rumors. You guys suck.
There seems to be plenty of idle chatter going around.
I heard people in the circus are very guarded against outsiders. Is that true?
Now, why would you think I'd answer that question?
Are you being ironic, or are you just accidentally proving my point right now?
But seriously, isn't everyone? I don't think being cautious is a trait unique to people in the circus. That said, it may be plausible that people here are used to the isolation because we live in a way that most other people would not understand. When understanding is not achievable, it is easier to be viewed as detached and mysterious, rather than as abnormal or dangerous.
So I'd be considered one of these outsiders, right?
Hmm.
He didn't say it outright, but his face is screaming, what else could you be? Are you saying there could be things that they're not telling me, even for the sake of a murder investigation?
Oh, almost certainly.
What?
It's not that they will be lying to you to mess with you, unless you give them a reason to. It's more likely they will all have limits on what knowledge they're willing to share.
So they do not want to help me with finding the culprit at all?
No, nothing like that. But how do they know you will trust what they say and find the right person? How do they know their words won't be used against them or their friends, perhaps wrongly? It's not like we haven't seen this sort of thing happen before.
Well, if that's the case, why'd you even bother to hire me?
Because, Detective Jones, I trust that you are sharp enough to cut through the crap, or fair enough to earn their trust.
Oh no, not the flattery. It's a trap.
Might I remind you, you are already in the trap. End of turn.
$11.
Not 11.
So you have until 8 p.m. We're already clicking away here. Here we go. It's now the world's your oyster. You can choose where you go, who you talk to. Again, as I say in my review, you have to remember who's talked to who already, who hasn't.
Okay, well, with Jackie, we have only talked to Alice and Morgan.
So we got Rolf. And we got Clown.
And Fortune Teller.
And Fortune Teller.
Let's kind of want to see the Fortune Teller. Maybe?
Do it.
The tiny tent looks unremarkable, even shabby from the outside. A little sign leaning next to the door said that the tent only takes one customer at a time, and it's currently empty, so I guess that means I can walk right in. Rolf went from farmer in a cul-de-sac to an animal tamer. What do you mean?
Isn't that a... Let me see.
What do you mean? I don't get it. Sorry. Ed, and Eddie reference. Oh. Oh! Rolf. I get it. I get it. It's the middle of the day, yet the thick curtains block out every bit of sunlight. I know, Rolf. I know, Rolf. I just didn't get that at first. That's the guy. We got him, boys! It's the middle of the day, yet the thick curtains block out every bit of sunlight, leaving only the warm glow of a few flickering lanterns and candles. All of the scenes in this game are so beautiful and intricate.
Look at these cards, dude.
Look at the cards. Look at the glittering, shimmering lanterns. The gentle flicker of the candles. The steam of the mugs. Wow. Can you believe it? Blankets, quilts, and fabrics adorned with different patterns cover practically every corner of the room, giving it a surprisingly cozy feel. Sat across the table is a young man. No, a boy. As an unexpected assault of bright light accompanies my entry, he squints uncomfortably and pulls his wide-brimmed hat down to shield his eyes. The star and moon adornments on his hat jingle. That's so cute.
Welcome, stranger. What are you looking for today?
You know who I am, right? You know what this is about? I gesture at myself.
Of course. You are yourself, but not quite. But where there is disguise, there's authenticity. When fiction becomes truth, then truth is as good as fiction.
Go off. Sure.
Sure, kid. We fortune tellers don't look at what you wear or who you say you are. We care only about what the stars say to us.
And I thought I was really good at the magic talk. I should take lessons from this kid. Sorry, I forgot to ask your name.
I'm Tito, the fortune teller.
Well, Tito, now that I'm here, do you do fortune readings for your colleagues? At an employee discount, maybe?
If you are interested, I can offer the first reading for free.
Why not? Let's try it. He reaches under the table and pulls out a deck of tarot cards, placing them face down in the center of the table.
Tell me what you're trying to learn today.
What do people usually ask about?
Matters of romantic love, career, health, or just their general luck. Whatever is concerning them at the moment.
Well, nothing is happening on the love front, and my career is clearly taking a turn. I guess I'll just ask about general luck then. How's my day going to go?
Place your hand on the deck and repeat your question to the cards. Then keep your question in your mind and shuffle the cards.
I do as he asks. He smooths his hand over the deck, laying them out on the table like he's a dealer in a high-stakes poker game.
Hold on, do you want to go to the upper right? And hit the little gear.
This one?
Yeah. Okay, then back out of this, return. Just to appreciate these full illustrations.
Okay.
I was gonna say the skulls too on his little vest, jacket, sweater.
He's got the drip. I'll give him that.
He drippy.
Sorry. That gesture, paired with his completely serious expression, is such an unusual sight that I have to hold back my laughter. He glances at me across the table, and somehow I get a feeling that he knows what I'm thinking.
Split the deck into 3 and place them in sequence from left to right, like this.
He flicks over the first one.
The magician.
That's me! Well, that makes sense.
Not just the magician. The magician in reverse position. A sign of...
Wait a minute. Sorry to interrupt, but, is the card supposed to look like that? The man in the card is wearing a top hat and a dress. Unless this is some sort of special edition circus tarot card, I don't think it's supposed to look like that.
That's...
A long story?
Yan did that.
He looks a little embarrassed and solemnly clears his throat.
I assure you, it doesn't interfere with the reading.
Ahem. Okay then. Sorry for interrupting. You were saying?
The magician, reversed. You are in a situation full of illusions and trickery. Illusions.
Well, I should think that's obvious with this whole situation. Tito doesn't even respond to that. I thought he might be mad at my somewhat flippant attitude, but when I look at him, he appears confused about something.
This card should represent your past. Perhaps it is trying to say that you have already completed your illusion by stepping into this new identity. To make full sense of it, I need to look at the next card.
Huh. Now it's getting interesting.
7 of Cups. Choices, confusion, wishful thinking. This card represents your present. You face a multitude of choices, and you may not be sure if they will work in your favor. Thus, the confusion. The most you can do is wish for the best.
Sounds awfully vague. Perhaps he says that to all his clients. And I suppose the third card will represent my future. Hope it's not some generic line reassuring me that everything will be fine.
The Tower. Disruption, sudden upheaval, potential disaster.
Definitely not generic. Definitely not reassuring. He sounds grimly serious. I was about to say if it's the fucking tower. However, that effect is significantly mitigated by the doodles on the card.
Little parachutes are not going to be in any danger.
Yeah, they're gonna be fine. Someone drew colorful parachutes to the 2 people jumping out of the flaming tower, making their descent look gleeful rather than dire.
Him.
Right. Potential disaster. That doesn't sound good. Oh, I was gonna sneeze.
You came seeking answers about your fortune.
So, from these cards, what do you see?
I see.
Maybe it's just my imagination, but I think I see the candle lights jump in the corner of my eye. Tito continues to speak, slowly and clearly, every syllable bubbling like water on the cusp of boiling.
I see misfortune in your stars tonight.
What do you mean, misfortune?
What do you mean?
Like stubbing my toe against a table misfortune? Or like there will be blood misfortune?
That's up to you to interpret.
I thought you were the fortune teller.
That's all I can give you.
Well, anything I can do to avoid this misfortune?
Being able to tell your fortune doesn't mean being able to change them.
Well, what's the point of knowing then?
Sometimes I wonder that too.
So that's it. You tell me ravens are going to visit my bed tonight, and that's all?
There is one more thing I can do. I believe you will find it helpful. But it does not come without a price.
What?
Consider the circus a mystic space, and time here a separate entity. The more you do and the more you learn within the space, the flow of time can be changed.
What?
In short, the experience you gain here can be changed for some opportunities for action.
Alright, a little on the nose, Tito.
When you have enough experience, you can visit me anytime to initiate the trade. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So basically, as far as I can tell, there's nothing else to, like, Tito, that's it. You got that first interaction, but other than that, like, he's not a person you, like, throw things at or contradict. You have that initial interaction, then you unlock the XP feature. But you can look around his space with the magnifying glass.
Okay.
You did it again. You clicked it. You clicked it!
I thought I had to click it to make it go away. So, but I still need to
No,
ask.
he's not on there.
He's not even on the list? Bro, they don't think you're important, Tito. So do I just go somewhere else?
Like I said, you can look around his space.
Well, is it useful?
That's up to you to decide. I'm not gonna tell you.
Okay. I guess. An old grandfather clock stands to the side. I don't think its hands are even moving. An old, broken grandfather clock. And it looks heavy, too. Do they transport this on the train, too? And carry it off and on at every stop? Sounds exhausting. And pointless. A red steel lunchbox sits on the shelf behind the table. Do you have food there?
Oh, just some snacks for later.
I spot a small tea table covered in a blue tablecloth with beautiful print. The tablecloth seems old, with fraying edges and faint stains, but it is still neatly pressed and smells freshly washed. On the table rests an oversized crystal ball, because of course there's a crystal ball for the fortune teller. 2 cups of steaming hot tea awaits their enjoyers, or perhaps they're merely there for the tea leaves to be read. Do we get to drink the tea after we read the leaves? Because otherwise it seems like a waste of perfectly good tea.
Asking the real questions, bro.
It's the only corner in the room that doesn't scream divination at first glance. Instead, it's a quiet corner of pillows and blankets, each with different colors and prints. Is this where he sleeps? It looks cramped, but surprisingly homely. I wouldn't mind taking a nap there, although I clearly wouldn't fit. In the corner of the tent, though it's small enough that the whole tent feels made of corners, is a shelf filled with various trinkets.
And trinkets!
Candles, lit and unlit, a color-tinted mirror, a celestial globe, a framed photo, various cans of mysterious spices and potions. It's a shelf of mysteries, and perhaps only its owner can tell stories about what each item came from and what they are meant to do. A series of tarot cards float in the air, gently swaying to the subtle shifts of air inside the tent. Upon closer inspection, they're tied to the tent ceiling with fishing line, of course. No, Jackie, it's magic.
I think that's it.
Okay.
Man, you're so lucky. That would have been bam, action point.
Rolf time. The stable is nested in a semi-secluded area far from the entrance of the circus, where trees obscure a part of the view. Guess it maintains some mystique around the off-duty exotic animals. I step past the danger sign in the front. I was gonna
say,
say, why does this give Stardew right now?
Stardew!
This is so Stardew core, this song. I step past the danger sign in the front and make my way through haystacks to the horse stalls in the back. A mountain of a man hunches over in one of the tiny stalls, his hands making quick work with the rope while mumbling something to a horse. The horse sees me approach before the man does, and it nudges at his chin with its head. He can't exactly turn around in the confined space, so he has to twist his neck at an awkward angle to glance back. Right? Scully, come take a look at this shot. It's your boy.
Here.
Get a good look, everybody.
I want to zoom in.
Excuse me, ma'am. You are not supposed to be... Oh. Do you want to be him this time?
Okay.
He looks up in the middle of his sentence and promptly swallows the rest. I should probably explain. Hi, I'm Jackie. I'm pretending to be Hattie. There's no one else around watching, unless you count a few dozen animals. But I still somehow felt the need to whisper the second part. Mr. Morgan told you guys about his plan, right? Otherwise, this is going to be hard to explain.
Yes, sorry. It's just... You're wearing that, and for a moment, it felt like...
Like you've seen a ghost?
Yeah. Anyway, it's good to have you here. Even if you can't be you for a little while.
It's good to be here. We stare at each other for a second, me trying to shake straws of hay out of my dress, him still painfully twisting his head around like an owl. The horse he's working with snorts impatiently.
That's what it sounds like.
No, it's not. That finally broke his trance. He finally maneuvers himself out of the stable, but not before quickly petting the horse on its muzzle.
So, you're here to say hi?
There's Scully. Well, yes, I'm just trying to introduce myself to everyone in the circus.
Well, you know me now. Oh, I guess I haven't even told you my name yet. I'm Rolf, the animal trainer here. And by the way, this is Muffin. The pearl one over there is Waffles. Next to her is Pancake.
Waffles!
And this black beauty over here.
Can I guess? He must be burnt toast.
Actually, that's Obsidian.
Oh, sorry. I thought we were working with a breakfast food theme here.
Oh, that's because old Obi's mine.
So you named him and someone else, I'm guessing a breakfast lover, named the rest?
Actually, it's the other way around. It's kind of a long story.
I've got all the time in the world. That's not true. We have 9 hours.
The magician doesn't have a time limit on them. In the same way the detective does. Like,
Well, they're still leaving.
yeah, but
And she's not planning to go with them.
silence. We gotta flirt with Rolf. I grew up with Obsidian. He's the horse we had at Collins and Lucas, the circus my parents worked at. When they brought him in as a little foal, I was barely as tall as he is. I'm obviously taller now, and he's quite an old fella. So when my parents retired and I left to come work for Mr. Morgan, I just had to take old Obi with me.
When was that?
My parents decided to retire the moment I turned 18, so 6 years ago?
You've been working here for 6 years?
Yeah, I think most people from Moses' old crew were nearing retirement by then. I was one of the first new people working here, alongside Chip, who was just a kid, too. You should have seen us. It was a funny mix, both the oldest and youngest people in the business. But we got the circus up and running eventually. And look at it now. And of course, good old Moses is still going strong.
He must be in his 50s by now, no?
I don't know exactly, but he's been working in the industry since the early days of Barnum, so he's got to be approaching 70 by now. But it's hard to tell just by looking at him, isn't it? Anyway, I got Moses to thank for Obsidian. If he didn't agree to pay to buy Obi off my old boss, who knows where Obi and I would be now.
He really is a lovely horse. Great. I guess I should say hi. Hi, Muffin. Hi, Waffles, Pancake, and hello to you there, Obsidian. And, of course, hello to you.
I'm sure the boss already said this, but welcome to Morgan's Traveling Circus. Now you're one of us, no matter how long you're staying.
Wow.
Must be kind of intimidating to get to know all these new people and stuff. What with having to keep your identity secret and all that.
Thanks. Well, I'm just trying to remember everyone's names and stuff, and hope I don't screw the pooch.
I'm sure you'll do great. Otherwise, the boss wouldn't have chosen you.
You've been working here for a while, so you must know everyone pretty well.
Yeah, of course. If there's anything you need help with, I'm happy to talk.
All right.
Yeah, see, it's like already I'm like, okay, wait, who are we? What's our goal for this person?
Yeah. So we need to
Inquire.
just ask everyone generally about Hattie, right?
Yeah.
It probably just counts this one, not like the other
Yeah,
ones
yeah,
that are related to her.
Specifically like, hey, Hattie.
Did you know Hattie very well?
Not really. She was still kind of new here, and
You didn't get along?
it's not like that. We just never talked much, I guess.
Was she difficult?
No, nothing like that. She was nice. It's a shame what happened to her. But no one saw this coming. It's not like anyone hates her or anything.
Is there any reason why you didn't get along?
Um,
Vidi, what are you talking about?
we never talked about it.
Everyone's always making assumptions about Rolf. Talked about what?
I don't even know if there was anything to talk about.
But you implied there was. I sense some juicy gossip here.
It's not her. It's me, I guess.
They've never been wrong, ever. Interesting. Where have I heard that before? But he doesn't notice me in the thought. He's in his own little world, shaking his head and rambling on.
Sugar can kill, says Vidi. Wow. It's a good line.
It's a good line.
And she's a smart
If
gal.
he did it, then he didn't do it.
And she's a smart gal. Maybe she sensed something from me. I've been told that I'm no good at hiding my feelings.
He shuffles his feet and looks at the ground.
That's what I think happened anyway.
Did he like Hattie? And she didn't return his feelings? Is that what this is? You are still not telling me what this is.
You know what? Never mind. It's just complicated. Not my story to tell.
But she's gone, so no one will be here to tell it anymore.
But
Why? Was she seeing somebody? He stands straight, suddenly alert. His whole stance closes up faster than a mousetrap when something takes the cheese.
what? How did you... I never said it's about...
Come on, a man your age. It's not her, it's me, never good at hiding your feelings. He seems panicked, but also indignant. He plants himself on the ground with a stubborn look in his eyes.
When I said it's not my story to tell, I didn't mean that. I didn't mean there was someone else. I just meant that she's gone, and I don't feel right about this. You can think whatever you like. I can't, and I won't speak for her on what she was really thinking.
King shit. That's probably as much as I can get out of him, which leaves me even more curious. He doesn't deny it. Does that mean I hit the nail right on its head?
Go have a good nap.
Yes, have a great nap, Sassy.
Rolf
I
said
hope
he
you
and
wake up arrested.
Rolf said he and Hattie weren't close because there may or may not have been a thing between them. Something about him not being able to hide his feelings. We got a dot on the magnifying glass this time.
What'd that mean? I guess we'll look around.
Seems like that must mean that there's something to see, right?
I notice a small tent at the back, far smaller than any of the other tents I've seen here. It's clearly not meant for the public. Probably just a small storage room where some workers can rest in between their shifts. Bales of hay are stacked neatly on the side. I can feel a few animals eyeing it with interest. I wonder if they travel with all the animal feed. It seems like that would take up a lot of space on the train. Kind of curious about that, because, like, weren't they saying that that's where the crime scene was in, like, a storage
Temporary
tent
one.
like this, but that they had to tear it down because, for space, but then is that the same one? And is it actually still up, and was that not true? Is that, like, a thing? Not a lot to look at here. Oh, there we go. A majestic black horse. He looks a little old, his coat no longer shiny, but he doesn't look tired or weary, still standing proud in his stall and surveying the whole stable, a king watching over his territory. The stable doors are usually closed with a simple wooden bolt, except this one is broken in half. Why? The stable and the doors look old, tarnished by rain and age. However, the break on the bolt looks new. That damage was caused by force, not time or weather. Okay, locking this into my brain.
Downloaded information.
Okay. It's now temporarily tied together by ropes. A black horse is standing inside, judging me. Perhaps he's the culprit.
The
No
murderer
one ever suspects the horse.
was a horse.
The horse looks at me again, as if to say, I'll break your arm in half too if you keep staring.
Please.
Alright.
So now through that observation, you have something to bring to roll for others.
Yeah.
So you two things. See, like it gets. You're like,
I know, it's tricky. I'm gonna present this.
I will say this. I have a feeling this is a two-parter. We're in hour 3, and we have progressed like 2 hours in game.
How did you play it so fast? I mean, you weren't reading aloud,
yeah, that's
but
the main thing, I think. I'm not waiting to read everything, and I mean, I'm reading it, but I'm not reading it out loud.
yeah. I saw that one of the bolts on the stable doors is broken.
Oh yes, I know what you're talking about. I'm pretty sure Obsidian broke it. I need to apologize to the stable owner here.
Why did he break the door bolt? Was he trying to escape?
No, nothing like that. It's just that he gets really agitated during thunderstorms. When he heard it, he ran out. Almost gave me a heart attack when I came back Monday night and saw the door wide open and his stable stall empty.
Monday night, you say, huh? Interesting.
I went looking for him, and you know what he was doing?
What?
When I found him, he was right in front of the calliope. He was chewing on one of the poles from the stalls.
Why? Why was he doing that?
I don't know. I think maybe because Obi's a circus horse through and through. He grew up with calliopes, so when he hears loud noises, that's what it reminds him of. That's what I like to think, anyway. He's a good boy, and an old fella now. Never causes no trouble. The worst he's ever done is a broken door bolt and some bite marks on a pole. Still, it's my fault. Should have been here with him. One more point.
Maybe we ask about this? Or do you think that's only specific to Alice who said it?
I mean, I think it's, do you, do you think she's irreplaceable? Yeah, I think what I did is...
Maybe it's not the best one.
I tried to ask about the thing, and it's like, he was already clearly being, so guarded about that I think he just was like, I'm not going to talk about this. I was like, well...
I know, I feel like that's not going to go anywhere. Maybe see what he thinks about the switcheroo.
Could be good. Or even...
Or situation.
I don't know if the mind reading act means you try to mind read them.
I don't think so. I think it's probably more like just talking about it. I'm gonna ask about this.
Are you gonna keep that on this whole time?
Keep what on?
The mask.
Yes. Can you imagine if someone were to catch me without it? This whole thing would fall apart in seconds.
Well, I guess that's true. Do you know how long you'll be with us doing this?
I don't know yet. Probably not long. Just until this thing is over.
Well, if this thing is over, I'm not sure how it can be over, really. But then, will you get to take it off?
I guess so. Why? Are you eager to see my face?
Well, flirting. No, nothing like that, I promise.
Hey, I'm just joking. I'm sure this will all be resolved one way or another soon. When that happens, I will get to take off this costume, mask included.
End of turn.
Whoa, look at the time. I can't believe I've kept you for that long. That's it. I'll get out of your hair.
Is it close to 12 already?
Yeah, almost.
You're new here, right? Do you have any plans now?
What do you mean? Not really. I'm just going to wander around, introduce myself to some more people.
Come on, come with me then.
What?
You haven't seen the Calliope performance yet, right? I have a feeling you'll love it. Come with me.
Okay.
Little flirty boy.
Taking me to see some entertainment. What's next? Dinner? Okay, so with him, I think we want to go here first, because this is the puppeteer, isn't it?
Yeah. And that's you want to verify the photo. Hello, Moto.
Let's go there. What's next? Popcorn?
What's poppin'? No, just hopped in. Jack Harlow. A short walk away from the big top was the area for the fair. Various snack stands, toy vendors, and games form a little circle on the field. A small crowd is gathered in the middle, clearly enraptured by a performance. I make my way through to get a peek at what they're watching. In front of the crowd stands a gaunt man with long hair and tired eyes. His skin color reminds me of a vampire. Despite the vampire's otherwise disinterested expressions, children are gathered around watching the puppet on his hand. The red-haired aristocratic puppet is doing a cheery dance. Its movements and gestures are animated, waving at the audience, covering its face in laughter, taking a bow. I can even see the puppet's chest heaving after the dance. As the crowd cheers, I take another glance at the puppeteer, whose face remains blank. Peculiar contrast with the toy in his hand.
That's all. Thank you. We are going to take a short break. Before you go, I'm obliged to inform you that there's a calliope performance scheduled at the end of the hour. So, if you somehow manage to miss the giant calliope, now you know.
Snape, after Dumbledore died, quit magic. I realize the puppeteer's mouth is firmly shut. Only the puppet's jaw moves. Ventriloquism. I get why some people find it creepy. As the crowd gradually dissipates to the various vendors, I end up alone with the puppeteer. Do you have a minute?
And you are?
I just wanted to ask you about... The puppeteer turns to leave. Wait! I'm here to ask you...
I don't take questions from crazy strangers.
Oh, sorry. I'm Jones. Detective Jones. Moses said I can ask everyone a few questions.
You can. Not sure if you should.
And your name is?
Echo.
The performance is over, but even as we speak, Echo's own lips never move. I'm not sure if I should look at him or the puppet. The puppet did it.
I mean, probably.
So, you must be the puppeteer.
And you are here to look into Hattie's death. Oh, sorry. I just thought we were both stating the obvious.
Cheers!
Also, it's not a puppet. It's a marionette.
What's the difference, brother?
What's the difference between a private investigator and a cop?
They can arrest people. I can't.
Exactly. One is just a watered-down version of the other, and the other's strings are pulled by an unseen hand.
Damn, bro. I don't know if I should be offended as a PI or on behalf of the police. Do you ever give a straight answer to a question?
Does my conversational style bother you? How unfortunate. I should hope for the day when someone would just answer yes when you ask them if they killed the victim. It would make your job so easy.
See? You just did it again. The puppet laughs, but Echo's face remains frozen. I don't think I can get used to this. Are you refusing to answer on purpose?
Don't ask meaningless questions if you don't want meaningless answers.
Alright, I guess I'll get to the point. Motherfucking piece of shit. Where were you? Where were you the night of the murder?
I was walking around.
Walking around? Like taking a stroll? Wasn't it raining outside?
Perhaps I like walking in the rain. Is that a crime? He does look like someone who'd just be walking around absolutely drenched.
He just turned to you.
Expressionless.
Wet hair.
Like a spirit in the night.
Fine, go on. Was there anyone else with you?
Let me save you the time. No, I don't have an alibi. I was alone outside, and then I wandered into the damn tent, and I saw her tied onto the board, already dead.
Were you the first one to find her?
Can't say for sure if I'm the first one, but I was the first to tell the others. Maybe someone else saw her and decided to pretend they didn't. With how many questions I anticipate you're about to ask me, I'm beginning to think maybe I should have done the same.
What happened after you found her? Like, you could just feel like he's like, oh my god, this fucking guy.
I checked her pulse, and then I knew. I knew Moses wasn't going to get back in time, so I had to do something.
Like the puppet's crying.
It's
So
creepy.
You told the other performers what was going on?
I only talked to a few people.
Can you tell me a bit about who you talked to and what they were doing at the time?
Would you also like me to tell you who eats what for breakfast, lunch, and dinner?
Just Tell me, who did you see after you found Hattie?
I saw Alice, Adine, and Chip.
Who's Alice?
She's the mechanic. I went to find her first so she could put up a sign out to stop anyone else from entering the tent.
What was she doing when you found her?
I remember she was taking a nap in the stables.
A nap? At 7 p.m.?
Yes, it was arrival day, and she was up before sunrise setting up. She usually takes a nap after we were finished unloading, and the stable back room was the only place that had a free bed ready.
Was there anyone else there with her?
I didn't see anyone else, but I wasn't exactly scouting the place. It was dark, and I'd just seen my colleague's corpse. After I got Alice to close down the tent, I went to find Adine in her trailer.
Wait, Adine?
She's the fire performer. She's close with Hattie.
What was she doing when you found her?
She was just in her trailer with Jan, her little sister. I knocked on the door and told her what happened.
So Jan was in the room with her?
Yes, that's what I just said. This whole thing is going to go so much slower than it already is if you insist on not paying attention and making me repeat myself.
Sorry, go on. Hattie did it.
Hattie did it.
Mind blown.
Alright, say more. When I told Adine what happened, she went back inside to talk to Jan, and then she insisted on seeing Hattie.
Who's Chip?
A clown.
That's not very nice. Just joking. The circus clown, right? Got it. Why'd you go find Chip?
I didn't. You asked who I saw. I saw him when I was on my way to the stables to find Alice.
What was he doing?
Holding a knife.
A bloody knife. You just standing out there, yeah.
I don't know. I was in a hurry, going down the main road to the stables, but I saw him near the train, probably coming back from somewhere.
You saw him near the train when you were on the main road? That's quite far, and it was dark too, right? How'd you know it was him?
He was wearing this gaudy cowboy hat. I recognized that hat because I see it every damn day in our trailer. There are only a few of us that live there, and no one else would wear something like that.
So he didn't see Chip exactly, just his hat. So what happened after you informed them both?
Alice closed off the tent. None of us touched anything in there afterward. Adine went to tell the others what happened. We waited until Moses was back and he decided to call the cops. The rest you probably already know.
There you go. First statement.
Okay. Let's see.
Oh, yeah, he's supposed to verify the photo. That's right.
Okay.
Oh yeah, we never showed Scully the photo.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if Scully's there still.
If you're here, Scully, we're about to pull a photo back up of the crime scene.
Can you take a look at this picture?
The police took that, didn't they? Yes, they finally did something right.
Do you have anything to say about what's in the picture?
No, that's what I saw when I went in.
Nothing has been moved or changed at all?
I'm not an idiot. I know not to disturb a crime scene. I checked her pulse. I didn't touch anything else. Not that those bumbling officers found any fingerprints anyway.
And Adine and Alice? They didn't move anything?
No, this photo is exactly how I remember it.
Okay. That's good. At least it's something I can work from. Every crime scene has its value, even though no fingerprints can be found, even when it creates more mysteries. Mysteries are good. Mysteries mean clues. When mysteries appear, they point me towards the right questions. When mysteries are solved, they form part of the right answer. So I find myself standing here, facts and theories about the case flashing in my mind.
I didn't even pull up the picture again.
Hattie was killed in the storage room, tied to the knife throwing board with a throwing knife in her heart.
There you go. Image description.
Echo was the first one that found her, and if he is to be believed, the photo shows the exact state of the crime scene. Neither the room nor the state of Hattie's dress indicate any sign of struggle. How did the killer tie her up without a fight? The way I see it, there are three possible scenarios. Scenario A, she was tied to the board after her murder. Scenario B, she was tied when she's unconscious. And scenario C, she allowed herself to be tied up. Bye-bye, Scully.
Bye, Scully. See you later.
I need to examine each possibility carefully. Scenario A, she was tied to the board after her death. This one seems least likely, given that some of the blood splattered onto the board and the pattern lines up with her position. If she wasn't already tied to the board, she must have been in that position when the stabbing happened. Standing right in front of the board, with her arms stretched out horizontally, seems like an odd pose to be in. I don't think she could have been killed in some other place or fashion, then tied to the board and then stabbed through the chest. I'm not a medical expert, but I've seen enough dead bodies to know there's way too much bleeding for that to be a post-mortem wound. Yeah, she was just T-posing. She was dabbing. She was actually dabbing, and then she was like going back and oh!
Yeah.
The stab wound would have occurred when her heart was still beating. Scenario B. She was tied up when she was unconscious. Which, given what happened to me, could be some sort of modus operandi for the killer. But Moses says there was no head wound or any other visible injury on Hattie apart from the killing blow. A physical attack seems unlikely. That leaves the possibility that she was drugged. Either the killer had to drug her first and carry her into the storage tent, a risky move given it was during the day. There were plenty of other workers around. Or the killer would have had to do it after they were both inside. Contrary to popular belief, almost nothing works instantaneously. A target would certainly notice a cloth or a syringe and cause a struggle. Dosing her food or drink is a possibility, but that usually takes even more time. If that were the case, it would confirm the assumption that the culprit is one of the other key members in the circus. But the hidden key question for this scenario remains. Why? Why go through all the trouble to set this up? Was the killer just trying to make this look like a magic act gone wrong, hoping it'd be dismissed as an accident? Perhaps it might have worked with IDing the usual target, but the fact that it's Hattie up is reason alone to be suspicious of foul play. Or else, is there a symbolic reason for recreating a scene like this? That I can't be sure of yet. Lastly, scenario C. She allowed herself to be tied up by someone she trusted. Clearly, this has something to do with the knife-throwing act. However, in their usual performance, Hattie was always the thrower, not the target. Now, if I were Hattie, why would I let someone throw knives at me while tied up? This one's hard. Why would she agree to it? Maybe she was teaching someone else to act, so she decided to step in and temporarily fill the role of co-performer? That would certainly explain the mirror as something the performer could use to observe themselves. The missing piece to this theory: who was the person Hattie was trying to teach? What reason would they have to kill her? Did they plan this whole thing? What's the motive? To get rid of Hattie and replace her? Could it be this bogus magician Mogus said he hired? But he was adamant she wasn't involved in this. Maybe he's got it wrong. Is it possible maybe this whole thing was an accident? That it was simply a practice gone wrong, and then When the knife thrower aimed for the board, the knife tragically hit Hattie in the heart. Maybe out of guilt or fear of repercussions, the other person decided to leave and pretend that they were never there. So many possibilities and so little evidence. This sequence, like with this style, like is very Danganronpa.
Yeah.
I don't think I have enough information to possibly answer these questions yet. The answer might just lie with one of the people who knew Hattie. If only I could find the right person and ask the right questions.
You've been talking to yourself for the past 10 minutes.
Shit! I forgot all about Echo.
Forgot I was here.
No, not at all. Do you have anything more to add?
That's hilarious. No.
Okay, alright. Thanks for the answer. He looks surprised by my sudden politeness as his face freezes mid-scorn. He nods uncomfortably.
No need to thank me. Can you put the picture away now? I don't need to look at that. I saw it with my own eyes.
That's fair. I put the photo back into my pocket. You got some XP, by the way. Look at that. You might be worth a visit.
What's that do again?
Gives you a permanent boost in action point.
Oh.
Every 100 XP you get.
Okay.
So it does seem when there's a dot on the magnifying glass,
Uh-huh.
there's something.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, there's the that verifies that part of the story.
What?
Well, I'll wait. A small stall is running the milk bottle ring toss game. There's some sort of strange pattern on the wooden pole on the side. Like someone's carved it with a blunt tool. The wood is splintered into chaos. Who could have done this? With what?
Horse mouth.
Horse mouth. There's no apparent pattern to the marks. They look like parallel lines with small gaps between them. No, these are bite marks.
So true.
But not human bite marks, unless said human as the incisors of a mountain troll. These marks are wide, but shallow. The teeth probably belong to a large animal, but not a predator. I'm no animal teeth expert, so that's all I can say with confidence. Me, when I'm hungry, I be chewing.
Okay.
That's what my arm looks like when I come say hi to Julie. I go, "Hi, Julie," and Julie goes,
What the fuck? No,
chewing my
I don't.
arm, bro,
I'm not
gnawing
doing
on
that.
me.
What are you talking about?
Popcorn. They have all kinds of flavors: salted, butter, caramel.
I want caramel corn right now.
I haven't had popcorn in a decade. The last time I had any, they just started rationing sugar. But with the enticing smell of corn and butter floating in the air, suddenly I'm hit with an old craving.
He's freaking doing the floating to
Yeah.
the pie in the window right now.
The steam-operated instrument is built into a fancy carriage. This is probably used as a showpiece for people to admire when the circus parades into town. It's the best advertisement for itself. If you peek through the window at an odd angle, you can see the big steam pipes installed inside. There's a small sign in the front that says, "Calliope performance at 12 p.m. every day." Why is it PM anyway? So the order number goes 11 a.m., 12 p.m., and then 1 p.m.? Makes no sense. Americans.
That was straight from the developer's
I know.
heart.
I was gonna say, he's supposed to be American, isn't he?
He is. They have a personal vendetta against the U.S. time system.
That's it, I guess.
All right.
So you got the bite marks as an evidence piece. Okay, 2 more things. Yeah, I mean,
he wouldn't know about that.
my best guess, yeah, it's just to ask about more, like, we got a good,
About him.
yeah, when we did that with Alice, we got like a solid, Can you tell me a little bit about yourself?
I see you've chosen to ignore what I told you about meaningless questions.
It's not a meaningless question. And your refusal to answer it tells me as much as if you'd answered it.
Enlighten me. What have you found out by my outrageous refusal to introduce myself in front of the class?
See, calling this a meaningless question is interesting.
Not hearing anything interesting so far.
Most people, even when they don't like their conversationalists, enjoy talking about themselves. After all, they know everything there is to know about themselves, so they have plenty to share. Now, the reason you called it a meaningless question is that you believe I already know the things that are worth knowing about you. Sure, I know your name and your work, but that's hardly everything. Where did you come from? How old are you? Family, hobbies, previous career choices?
How old am I? We're neither on the playground nor attempting to find potential spouses.
Well, that's just you're saying that.
Why do you even need to know my hobbies? Have you ever caught a knitting enthusiast who murders with their needles?
That's literally the plot.
Probably, yeah.
Of what, season 2 of Only Murders?
Yeah, one of them.
You'd be surprised, but that's not the point. The point is, you might not do it consciously, but language is filled with intentions. There's a reason you choose to label these things as meaningless.
And it's because you don't value yourself, Echo. Don't tell me you're gonna start writing my tragic backstory now.
It shows me that you define yourself by your current identity, not your past. A fresh start, a new name for yourself, a different person. And that's what matters now, not the things I listed before. I wait for a reaction, but I don't see one. All he allows is a long blink, tucking his emotions behind his eyelids.
That's where I keep mine, too.
When his eyes open again, there's no trace of emotion apart from cold condescension.
Wow, what a speech. Perhaps your talents are truly wasted as an investigator. Maybe you should consider trying out for a career in politics. I heard empty talk is hot in DC nowadays. It's the circus. What you townies will never understand is that anyone who wasn't born in the circus abandoned their previous lives to be here. Nothing surprising about it.
Getting defensive, good. That means I poked at the right spot, but perhaps it's best to leave it be. For now.
I think I might ask him more about this.
Do it. Are you familiar with the knife throwing act that Hattie performs?
Not in particular. Well,
Really?
why should I be? I don't care if she parades around the stage with knives or axes or tweezers. Has nothing to do with me.
And is it true no one else in the circus can do knife throwing?
Can you?
No.
Then why would you expect us to be able to? And before you ask, no one in the circus can walk on a wire besides Jan, and no one can eat fire besides Aideen.
Get the point, thank you.
Alright.
Dude's mean.
He is closed off as can be, y'all.
I'm about to ask something else when I'm interrupted by the calliope. I turn to look at the calliope and notice something intriguing. A woman stands in the corner. She's wearing a top hat, black dress with purple ruffles, gloves, and boots. As if sensing someone was looking at her, she turns
Calliope
around.
is such a great word.
It is a good word. She's wearing a mask that covers half of her face, like the ones you would see at a Venetian masquerade. Her eyes meet mine, and she gently tips her top hat.
What are you staring at?
My thoughts are interrupted by Echo. Forgotten all about him for a moment again. That's the magician your boss hired?
Who?
I turn to point at the woman, but she's gone. I think I saw the new magician just now.
Oh, the fake Hattie. Yeah, Moses's idea. I don't know what he's thinking.
Did she see me? Does she know who I am and what I'm here to do? I guess those questions will be left unanswered unless I manage to catch her alone somewhere.
That's what Scully was wondering earlier, if they're gonna meet at any point. And I don't know.
Why can't I get you alone? Or how can I? It's how, right?
I think it's when.
I don't think it's when.
No, maybe it's not
I
when.
think it's how. How do I get?
I think you're right. I think it's how.
I think it's how.
Yeah.
One of the, it's something like that.
Okay.
I think it's who or why. Who
I think
can
it's what.
get you alone?
Okay, so now we are back to Jackie. And we have talked to here and here briefly.
Yeah. Oh, what's your XP?
We have talked to Alice once.
Oh, you can.
100. So should I do that first?
That's worth.
And
That's
then...
yeah. Because
So you said that's permanent?
permanent.
Oh.
Just get it
That's
done.
wild.
And I may not even cost you to come in here. Yeah, look. So you just bango. You're up to 6 now. Okay.
Okay. That's cool. I didn't know about all that.
I wrote that in the review, brother.
I didn't read it.
What the heck?
I'm just kidding. I forgot, I guess. Yes, the illustration. This is like one of the most beautiful games ever. Okay. I want to try and catch a Dean.
I was gonna say, so there is. I didn't really catch this, and maybe I just didn't run into it as much with the magician. But I guess magician can't be in the public areas, and the detective can't be in the private areas. So it is worth to come here. You know.
Yeah, because he can.
Yeah.
Alice said she'd be gone for an hour, so she's probably back here too. But when I walk in, the first person I see is a stranger. And she's hot. A beautiful woman is sitting right in the middle of the room, in front of one of the lit up mirrors. She's wearing a glittery costume, the upper part a corset shaped like flames hugging her body.
In all the right places.
I can see part of a large tattoo across her collarbone of shapes and lines that twist around like knots. Maybe something Celtic. With her long auburn hair pinned to the side, she's intensely focused as she pencils in her eyebrows, thin and arched like the ladies in film noir classics. Relax, fish paste. Ghosty. She hears my entry and shifts her focus, her hand still holding the pencil to her brow. She takes in my outfit and blinks in recognition. Hi, I'm Aideen, the fire performer. Alice pops up from where she was concealed. Collarbone tattoo? Humana. Alice pops up from where she was concealed behind the other side of the mirrors, holding a tiny brush thingy. Found it! She hands the brush to Aideen, who is finished with her pencil, and begins using the tiny brush to carefully groom her eyebrows. Seemingly busy with something else, Alice crouches back down again, disappearing from view. So, you must be Jackie. We were just talking about you. Her eyes turn back to the mirror, and I almost don't realize she's speaking to me. I can only respond with a dumb sound. We're freaking starstruck right now. Oh? Nothing bad, I promise. Alice was filling me in on what the boss is planning. Hey, could you please pass me a piece of tissue paper? I believe there's a box in one of the bags behind the sofa. Me? Yes, do you mind? Of course. Of course I don't mind. I just didn't realize you were talking to me. I walk over to pass her the tissue. She turns around to say thanks, holding an open tube of mascara in her hand. Now that she's turned toward me, I can see there's a small beauty mark under her left eye, accentuating her smile. Wait, Nate! How did you get in the chat? Oh, we just saw a little glimpse of thigh as this text box came in. Thanks. She carefully wipes the mascara onto the tissue before using it on her eyelashes. She notices my confusion. It's a little trick to make sure the mascara is not too thick. Read it in a magazine somewhere and it works like a charm. You should try it sometime. And I have one for lips, too. Here, look. Instead of using lipstick, I like to use a lip rouge with small brushes. Aren't the edges much cleaner this way? Tasteful side thigh. Hit tab. You got it. You got it. Let's get a full thigh visual. Trying to be on those thighs like a text box. My god, y'all are down bad for Adine. And you know what? I get it. Oh, sorry. Look at me lecturing you. Forgive me, I didn't even ask why you were here. Did you need Alice's help for something? Actually, I was looking for you. Me? Really? Where did you even hear about me? Well, not you in particular. I'm just trying to get to know everyone in the circus. I see. Well, I'd be happy to chat and get to know you. Okay. Let us ask about Hattie, because we have to do that with the magician. How well did you know Hattie? How well? She repeats the question breathlessly. She looks incredulous, or perhaps indignant. Yes, you knew her, right? VGG prides itself on thorough coverage. Yes, I knew Hattie. Of course. We performed an act together, and were best friends. Maybe ask more about that? Or should I just... I think I'll start just asking about her. Is that a bit of a New York accent I hear? Yeah, I grew up in Brooklyn. I'm sorry, I don't know what a New York accent is, so I'm not gonna change my voice for her to try and do one. Oh, I know it well. Where in Brooklyn? Well, here and there. I lived in lots of places, actually. Your parents moved a lot? She seems to hesitate for a slight moment before she shrugs. Not exactly. I grew up in foster care. Oh, I see. What was that like? Lots of foster parents? Yeah, there was the Jenkins, and then there was Uncle Kamal, and Daniel and Stephen. Those were the ones I spent more time with. Tell me about the Jenkins. The Jenkins were an older couple in their 70s. When they were younger, they were too worried about working and saving up money to have children of their own. By the time they were ready, they were in their 60s. They fostered 8 children in total. I was the youngest. They were kind enough, but a little too old for all the work that came with dealing with a bunch of troublemakers and children's squabbles. That's why they eventually sent me back. I know I didn't have the most traditional upbringing, but I just went with the flow and tried my best with every new house and family. I'm not going to lie, sometimes it was bad. But sometimes, even if things didn't work out, I still look upon the time we had fondly. I had so many foster parents and siblings. I learned family comes in all shapes and sizes, including this one here. You mean the circus? That's right. I thought I was gonna get to ask about all the families. Didn't know I was just picking one. Should have asked about Daniel and Steven. Let's ask about the switcheroo. What do you think about this plan of me pretending to be Hattie? Do you think it will work? She smiled, tapping her cigarette lightly to dust off the ashes. Well, that depends, doesn't it? You wear the costume well, but that's only one small part of what they're looking for. They know Hattie is a great magician first. The way she walks and talks is only secondary. To convince anyone, you'll need to pull off a stellar performance tonight. Will they be suspicious if I perform something different from her usual acts? I don't think you need to be too worried. Hattie's known as one of the most versatile and innovative magicians in the game. She comes up with a new acts quite often. They'll just assume this is one of them. I can't believe I'm about to do this. If it helps, there's a reason why our performances are called acts. I'm not sure if any one of us are the same person on stage as off. I'm sure Hattie wouldn't disapprove, as long as you don't mess up the act and her reputation, of course. I grimace. I will try my best. You said you're best friends with Hattie. Gosh, saying that makes me sound like a 13-year-old schoolgirl, but I don't know how else to put it. We weren't the kind of girls who would hold each other's hands and go running through the neighborhood declaring their best friend status. Hell, we never were. I moved around a lot growing up. Hattie did too. You know what I mean, right? The girls in the neighborhood that do everything together. The kind that can't even be peeled apart. Did you have a friend like that growing up? I had friends. Not like that, though. Well, I thought about that a lot when I was younger. Siblings? Sure, I had a mountain of them. More than enough, if I'm being honest. Friends for birthday parties and casual greetings. I had a few of those. But I never had a best friend like that. And when I grew up and started working, no one had best friends anymore. The ladies had families and kids that they spent all of their time with. The men had drinking buddies that they seemed to despise, except when they were drunk. And I thought I was too late, forever missed my chance. But then came the circus, and Hattie. Life here isn't like normal life. You ride on elephants and sleep on trains, eat with 100 people and perform in front of 1,000. It's not what I thought my life would ever be. But Hattie and I, we do normal friends things. Play cards, share snacks, talk about books and magazines, go to town, watch movies. Nate is doing a little dance, a little jig right off screen. Y'all can't even see. You're missing something right now. It was beautiful.
I'm back.
It was amazing. It's just what I thought I never would get, you know? But now, Now she's dead. She didn't need to finish that sentence. I nod quietly.
I get. Well,
What's up?
I don't know. It's up to you.
What?
If Ideen and Hattie were close, and you just learned about a thing between Rolf and, like maybe she would have.
Yeah, I was considering.
She's the closest inside track there.
I suppose we can ask.
It's up to you. I just sat down and saw that.
Do you know if Rolf has feelings for someone in the circus? She raises her eyebrows and flicks the cigarette in between her fingers to ash it. What do you mean? Do you know if there was something between Rolf and Hattie, perhaps? Did he harbor some affection for her? Now she looks truly bewildered. Rolf and Hattie. What makes you think that? He kind of implied it. Rolf implying things about liking Hattie? Not one single part of that sentence is believable to me. I think you might have misunderstood what he was trying to say. He told me there was this thing between him and Hattie and how it was maybe his fault because he's not good at hiding his feelings. How else was I supposed to interpret that? She presses her lips together, though I can't quite tell the emotion she's attempting to suppress. Well, that is interesting. Maybe I underestimated him. Maybe you know more than I do. She looks perfectly humbled, but something makes me think she might know more than she's letting on. Okay.
Wait. Go to your
What?
upper left.
Here?
Yeah. Okay.
Why?
I was just making sure on some of that. Who's left and all that. That includes Morgan, by the way.
Yeah. I didn't get to look around the room yet, did I?
No, there's no dot.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
When it seems to imply that there's something, because there was no dot when you did the fortune teller's tent, and it was just kind of flavor.
Delicious flavor. I'm gonna try this. Do you think Hattie was irreplaceable? What do you mean? Well, it's been suggested to me that no one could possibly take her place in the circus. She was exceptionally talented, of course, and everyone's irreplaceable in one way or another. But I'm not sure what's the point. She's gone. Irreplaceable or not, we'll have to find a way to move forward without her. From her stories, it's clear she's all too used to moving forward, or in another sense, being left behind. Damn! That is so sad. The words would sound callous if I didn't know what sort of relationship they had. Oh, that was not my last one. I thought that
was your last one.
I know. What the heck? Maybe... I don't know. I was gonna say maybe because...
It was so light?
It didn't, offer much, but I think those have still counted for my other ones. Should I do situation in the circus or Hattie's costume?
I feel like situation could be bigger deal. Or you could just go get Rolf, not Rolf. You could get Moses's.
Yeah, I guess
inquire.
I'll do that.
Just get that out of the way. Also, before you do this last one, we are hitting the 4-hour mark.
Okay.
You did set for like 4.5 hours.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I don't know. I just wanted to put that in your brain. We are definitely, yeah. We'll maybe even get to the halfway mark. Who knows? Again, this would be the longer part because it has all that intro stuff of like setting the scene.
Yeah. I know. We thought it would be a full playthrough today, but it takes a lot longer when you're reading stuff out loud rather than playing straight through.
I could even show you my footage, and honestly, sometimes I'll go watch my footage back of a game like this, and I'll be like, how was I reading that? Because it'll be like, like it's just like, you know.
Yeah. Okay. So I just need to ask him about Hattie. How did you come to know Hattie anyway?
Oh, right. Well, I knew of her a long time ago, even before she was known as Hattie. You see, she was an apprentice of a friend of mine, back in the day, alongside Echo, actually. When he took her on, it was quite a surprise in the small magic community. I'm not quite sure how it is in Europe, but here it's quite rare to have women studying or performing magic. Especially one that's not related to an established magician. Because, see, we're misogynists except for nepotism. So at the time, I heard about it when he took little Robinette on.
Probably Robinette.
Robinette.
Like Robin. That would be my guess.
Robinette? That's her name?
Robinette, that's her name.
Oh, yes. The amazing Hattie was something she came up with later with the help of her mentor. A stage name, as we call it.
But why? Why go for a different name?
I can imagine why she wanted to change her original name. A good name is important because you want people to remember you, recognize you, and follow your performances. The amazing Hattie is better on all these fronts.
Stage name.
But yeah, you see, just like, you see what I mean, right? Now that after reading the review and everything and things I told you, it is like at the beginning, it is just like, you're just picking up pieces and you don't really fully know what you're getting to. Like, it is just kind of like, okay, I'm just figuring this out. I'm getting the evidence, but I don't necessarily know where I'm headed with any of it, really.
Yeah. Would you be okay with at least doing one more, like rounding it out with his investigation?
Yeah.
And then we'll call it. Okay.
Well, again, I said, or you had said 4.5 hours, so you could go full half hour more if you wanted.
Yeah, I know. I was planning to go till like 7:30 or 8. Somewhere in there. So.
All right. Who, for sure, I think a key would also just check your list again, just to be safe. Okay, so we got Clown, basically everyone but Moses and Echo.
Yes.
And you have 100 XP, if you wanted to do that.
Yeah, I suppose I should. And then I think I want to meet
the clown.
The clown after that.
I really like the clown because it's almost like what our design aesthetic was for the carnival campout. It's like not the traditional clown concept, you know. I think he has one of those things that we were wearing. Like he has one of those like draped collar things. Compared to the magnanimous Big Top, this hut stooped quietly off to the corner sees barely any traffic from visitors. Oh yeah, you're probably going to get a reading. Because you haven't been there yet.
Yeah.
I can almost feel the whole tent shake when I pull on the curtains to enter, making me question its structural integrity. It's fine. It may not look that way, but it's quite sturdy.
Get out of my head, Tito!
Welcome to the fortune teller's tent, stranger. What are you looking for today? What can I get you? A murderer.
Got any of those here?
Detective Jones? Mr. Moses said you'd be around. That's me. Although the boy speaks in a serious tone, his squeaky voice, round face, and tiny stature, in an already tiny tent, betray his age. He is young, not even youthful, but inexperienced sort of young. The "what are you doing here without your parents" sort of young. I'm Tito, the fortune teller. Well, Tito, shouldn't you be in school?
I'm gonna take him seriously. Or should I ask about a reading?
I mean, I feel like he'll probably get you there anyway.
Either way.
Yeah. That said, what I'm looking for is the culprit behind Hattie's death. Can you help me with that? As a fortune teller or as a member of the circus? Is there a difference? I don't really have any information on what happened with Hattie, if that's what you're looking for. But you can provide help with your mystic stuff? The spirits can provide guidance, but they won't tell you what you aren't capable of knowing yet. You're saying that I can't just reveal the murderer by drawing a few cards or by saying a spell? Disappointing. However, if you are interested in a reading, I can do one for you. Oh, I don't... The first reading is free. Oh, let's do it then. he's like, I don't want to pay. Not that I'm being stingy. You don't need to explain. He quickly places a deck of tarot cards on the table as a way to end this awkward conversation. It's drinking water.
Phyllis is drinking water. Isn't that so good of her, everybody?
Let's get some Phyllis emotes in chat.
Sorry to like make a big deal about it, but every time she just goes and drinks water on her own, we're like, hell yeah, hell yeah.
Especially since she made us think she was dying, but it was probably just she was dehydrated.
Yeah.
So, what are you looking to learn about today? The case, of course. You're looking for an answer to be handed to you. That won't happen. What the cards can offer, however, is guidance. Place your hand on the deck. I reach for the deck. Wait. There's something I need to warn you about first.
Oh, what's that?
Huh? This deck of cards. Some of them have been sabotaged. What does that mean? Like they're cursed? No. Someone messed with them with paint. Okay. Why didn't you get a new set of cards then? I've developed a spiritual connection with this one. He clearly doesn't want me to derail the conversation any further, so he clears his throat and lifts his chin. Nonetheless, I assure you, whatever's on the cards won't interfere with the reading. So please, place your hand on the deck and ask your question to the cards. Keep that question in mind and shuffle the cards. Alright, cards and spirits. How should I solve the case? I shuffle the deck. Split the deck into 3 and place them in sequence from left to right like this. Good. Now let's say the first card represents you, the situation you are in, what you are here to do. He gestures for me to flip it over. Now that I'm face to face with the justice card, I have to bite my tongue to hold back my laughter.
It's a pretty good one. It's a pretty good one.
Like meats.
It's like a skewer, a kebab.
And a little smiley face. Like just what, money?
I don't even know what these are.
I don't know. Well, I see what you mean by sabotage. The god of justice is holding a sword, which is now a nice rotisserie for some delicious looking meat. The golden scale in his hand is balancing a piece of pie and some coins. Justice, equity, and truth. That seems to represent what you are seeking, yes? Yes, of course. I wouldn't say no to some rotisserie and fruit pies either. He glares. Normally I'd feel sorry, but reprimanding me with his baby face just isn't intimidating. It's like getting yelled at by a puppy. Sorry. So, what does the second card represent? This card represents the obstacle you are facing. La Sacerdotisa, the High Priestess, reversed. Secrets, hidden motives, repressed intuition. Story of my life, brother. I can imagine. The last card is meant to provide guidance and advice on how to best overcome said obstacle. I flip it over. In the center of the card is a big piece of pie covered with whipped cream and slices of lemon and divided into 8 pieces.
This artist really loves pie.
Whoever did this must be a great lover of pie.
That's what I said.
Jan loves lemon pie.
I also love lemon pie.
So that's the culprit. This card is, well, it's supposed to be the Wheel of Fortune. Change, karma, the turning point. It signals that something big is going to happen, and what's after will be permanently different than before.
This vandal has taste, so true.
In my life, the murderers... In my life, the murderers or the circus? Perhaps all 3. Wow, that's not ominous at all. I'm merely a messenger for the stars. Tell them thanks, I guess? Wait, before you go, there is one more thing I can do. I believe you'll find it helpful, but it does not come without a price. A price? I'm afraid. No, not money. Oh, go on.
Bro, he is so stingy. We know he has a full week's worth of freaking wages in his wallet right now. It's these San Franciscans, you know.
And that means joy, experience.
Experience for action point. Yeah.
Look at that.
Give me that.
There's a dot now.
Something I'm supposed to see in here?
Maybe the detective's got a better eye for it.
Maybe.
While the grandfather clock stands to the side, I don't think its hands are even moving. An old, broken grandfather clock. And it looks heavy too. Do they transport this on the train too and carry it off and on at every stop? Sounds exhausting and pointless.
It's the same thing that...
Small tea table covered in blue tablecloth with beautiful print.
I think it's all just the same text.
Yeah. Oh no.
Ah, shoot.
You like clicked on it at the same frame that you like clicked out of it. So one of these things will have something new because it's the detective, basically, I think.
What do you mean?
Like, that's why there's a dot, I assume. Like, the detective will see something in it that the magician did not.
It's all just the same so far.
You clicked on literally everything but the thing. So far.
What do you mean?
You've clicked on every interactable in this room except for the one that it is supposed
This?
Yes.
How are you supposed to know which one it is?
You don't, but I'm just saying, you just happened to click everything besides that one. What's inside the box? Lemon pie. Oh, are you planning to eat that later? Why don't you keep it? Me? I'm not hungry. He shakes his head, looking into his crystal ball, and smiles mysteriously. I have a feeling you might need this later.
I'm gonna use it as a bargaining chip. Let's go.
Okay. Feel free to gift it to anyone else. He opens the lunchbox, takes out the paper bag holding the lemon pie, and hands it to me. Here. Lemon pie! Lemon pie! Well, thanks. I appreciate it. Yeah, I think they just didn't want to... Oh, no. Wait, what? Where's the leave button?
Where's all my stuff?
Where's the leave button?
Oh, there.
Oh, it's hiding.
That was scary. Okay.
But yeah, I was just you just happened to click everywhere but the one.
How was I to know?
So you wanted to see the clown.
Yeah. I was just thinking if I should talk to her now because I have that, but
You'll
I
have it
think
later.
anytime.
Yeah.
Like, might be more useful to get more information first, and then maybe there'll be a point where it's like she can give us an answer to something we really need to know.
More like
And then we slide over a little lemon pie.
grease the palms of the child
Exactly.
with lemon. The calliope finishes playing, but much of the it's so weird. It's just like one little word every once in a while.
Yeah.
It's not even like typos. It's just like not like misspelled words. It's just an unnecessary word. But much of the crowd hasn't dissipated. Many of them probably felt the irresistible pull of a hungry stomach and went off to one food stand or another. But another portion of the visitors are walking to a different direction, just behind the calliope, away from the vendors. Is there something there? I follow them, and sure enough, I encounter a small circle of people gathered around the ring. They're all laughing at something in the middle of the ring. Yeah, see, it's a much more exaggerated, like, and longer one, but that's basically the same thing we had, right? It's like draped.
No, not really.
I mean, it's a separate clothing item. It's not like part of the shirt.
I know.
It's similar.
It's not the same
with the pointed
thing.
part. I walk closer to see a young man standing alone in the middle of the ring, talking energetically. He's dressed in a colorful outfit with a wonky silhouette, including flared harem pants and the tallest hat I've ever seen. He's leaning on the rope barrier inside the ring, separating him and the audience, poking half of his upper body out to talk to someone in the crowd.
Let's get a look at these pants.
It's like
not that
it's like a
dramatic.
dress.
Can't even see it. I know.
The crowd immediately flows over to where he is. Folks are almost shouting to talk over one another. Alright, you gotta do a clown voice.
No. Shh, I hear you all, but
Performer waves his hands to stop everyone and points to a child in the front row dramatically.
I can see you have a question for me, friend.
Yeah, see, look, it looks more like... That's why I was thinking of this photo. Like, that looks... Again, it's bigger. Me? Taken aback by the sudden attention, the boy stares at him dumbly and sniffles.
Yeah, what do you want to ask me, kid?
You're supposed to be the clown, right? Where did your nose go? Everyone bursts out in laughter while the performer acts confused and wounded.
What do you mean, where's my nose? It's not on my face? Oh no, I must have lost it again.
He starts patting himself down, turning his pockets inside out, taking his hat off and shaking it, looking under his armpits and inside his shoes. The crowd laughs and cheers for every move, shouting, "It's not there!" and telling him where to look next.
What is my face going to do without a nose? It must be so flat.
He starts fake crying and wiping his fake tears before brushing his nose. His eyes suddenly widen.
Wait a minute.
The crowd laughs and whistles in approval.
I found it. It's here.
He whips around to point to the boy.
You. I can't even talk anymore.
Drink your water, bro.
I'm losing my voice already. You tricked me.
No, I was asking about the other nose.
What other nose? Do people have two noses? Where's your other nose? Do you have a regular nose and a golden nose? A nose for pollen season? A nose that doesn't work so you can put it on when someone farts?
No, I meant where's your clown nose?
Clown nose? I'm a clown, and this is my nose.
But it's supposed to be big and red.
Really?
From nowhere, he pulls out a hand mirror and takes a look.
Red.
He purses his lips and turns to the crowd.
What do you say? Should clown noses all be big and red?
Yeah!
Really? I trust you all. Don't lie to me. Is it true?
Yeah!
Huh.
He furrows his brow and bobs his head back and forth before raising his fingers.
Oh, I know. If only I could just make it big and red.
What does that mean? He starts flicking his nose with his fingers hard. Within 2 flicks, one from the left and one from the right, his nose is turned red and becomes swollen. The crowd howls with laughter, a pack of wolves feasting under the moonlight.
Scary.
He looks back into the mirror and laughs proudly, smoothing the rowdy curls that escape from his hat.
Now, is it big and red enough?
Yeah.
Now, if you excuse me, I'm going to need some cold water. Everyone, performance is over. Disperse and get something to eat.
He jumps away from the rope barrier and runs back towards the calliope. The only thing I can do is follow.
Why are you following me? You want an autograph?
No.
Oh, you're the detective that Moses told us about, aren't you?
Yeah, I wanted to ask you a few questions. That's okay.
Chip is vibe goals. He's got the riz for sure. He can work a crowd like
can.
nobody's business. Of course. Oh, do you want something to eat? Hot dogs? Stanley's got a discount for me.
No, that's okay.
All right, ask away then.
Sorry, one question before that. I don't think I've gotten your name yet.
Oh, my mistake. I'm Chip. Chip the Clown, but you already know the second part.
He tries to strike a pose, but instead winces and covers his nose. Do you need some ice on that?
Nah, no, it's fine. Ugh, I can't believe I just did that. But the opportunity was just too good, you know? Big red nose, I couldn't resist. And it sure got a laugh out of them, alright. I'm okay. Ask ahead.
Are you sure?
Yeah, distract me from the pain, please. I'll just start by asking about him.
What's your deal? Can you tell me a little bit about yourself?
Sure. Name's Chip, as you know. I'm the clown here, and I'm on temporary ringmaster duty with Hattie, you know. I've been with the circus for 6 years. Let's see, what else? I like hats and cheeseburgers, traveling and drinking games, opera, and puns.
I haven't even gotten around to asking him a question yet, but he carries on, counting facts on his fingers.
Me talking to video games. Yeah. Distract me from the pain. What I don't like, celery and cherry-flavored ice cream. I think they taste weird. Daylight saving time, I can work whenever I want. Pretentious people, that goes without saying.
I love cherry flavored ice cream. How'd you become a clown? Do you have to train for this?
Man of my dreams. Oh no, he's checking all my boxes.
We're finding someone for everyone in this game.
Right? This is just a matchmaking game for the VGG community.
He crosses his arms.
Sir, this is a serious profession. We have clown schools and everything.
Is everyone the class clown at clown school? Do you have school exams? What do you even do for those exams?
Yes, and I'm not sure. I never went to one. I'm 100% raw talent. Put a baby duckling in water and it'll swim. Put me in front of a crowd and I'll make them laugh.
I bet the school clowns are jealous.
Oh, you have no idea. Now you know everything there is to know about me.
Just from that?
It's important.
So we're doing the alibi.
Yeah.
You can also echo statement. Remember, had that thing about Chip in his hat.
We'll start here.
Where were you the night of the murder?
I was just in my train car.
Was anyone else with you?
No.
Do you usually stay in the train car alone?
No. Echo lives there too. But he wasn't there. Don't know what he was doing. I wanted to get everyone to come over and play cards that night. Maybe have a little drink before we have to perform, you know? But I couldn't get anyone. I guess they were all busy. Alice said she wanted to sleep. Aideen said she was going to keep Jan company. Even Rolf said no.
Did you invite Hattie?
Everyone knows she hates fun. Joking, well, half joking. She was constantly working. I tried a bunch of times, but never got her to join in. I kinda just stopped asking. Anyway, no one wanted to do anything. I got so bored that I spent the time organizing my hat collection. I had just put my crown on my little leopard friend when Aideen came and said something happened to Hattie. I thought she was joking, you know? Like I got this whole theory on my mind and it all made sense to me. That's why they all said no. Clearly they've gathered together without me to have a secret party and plan to pull this whole prank on me. But she was crying. Not the kind of pretty crying with the actresses in the pictures, but like real crying. Puffy eyes, runny nose, short of breath. That's when I realized it was all real. So, yeah, that's what happened that night.
Ba-bum.
Oh, it wants me to contradict with this?
Probably, yeah. Now that I'm thinking about it. Chip said he was in his train car on Monday night, but Echo claims to have saw him walking outside wearing his cowboy hat. What's that about, mister? You said you were in your train car alone on Monday night from 5 to 7 p.m., is that right?
Yup.
Are you sure?
What do you mean?
Echo said he saw you walking back to the trailers sometime around 7.
That's a load of bull. I'm not lying. I was here the whole time. We don't like each other, but he doesn't have to set me up for murder by making up something like that. He's an asshole, but not even I would think he would just...
You said you were organizing your hat collection?
Yeah. I know it sounds a little ridiculous now that I'm thinking about it, but it really is just what I was doing.
Do you happen to own a, and I quote, gaudy cowboy hat?
Excuse me, my hat is not gaudy.
He somehow manages to look even more offended at this than when he realized Echo contradicted his alibi.
I do have a cowboy hat, but... Oh.
What?
Someone else borrowed the hat from me that day.
You're gonna need to be more specific.
I don't know.
To be like...
Just reassure.
You don't need to be so secretive. This doesn't mean anything. Yet. I'm not going to accuse anyone just because they happen to be outside. I just want to figure out what happened. If you think whoever borrowed the hat isn't guilty, then it's better to just tell me who it is so I can ask them to clear it up.
Okay. Yeah, you're right. It was Aideen. She asked to borrow the hat earlier on Monday. I had been kind of wondering why. But I'm sure she had her reasons if you just talk to her. It can't have anything to do with Hattie. Maybe she just thought the hat was pretty.
I sincerely doubt that's why, but I'll ask her and find out.
Okay.
It is fascinating to see things you're getting to that I took a while to get to, but then other things, like it's just... Like in general, you have the benefit of me having reviewed it and knowing the system, so like I did not know even to check on the fortune teller till like a couple hours in, and then I did, and I was like, oh shit, what?
Yeah. Yeah, this game is great, Ghosty.
I mean, that is an interesting angle.
What is?
To ask him about Echo. Because he said they're roommates, right?
Yeah, and that they don't get along.
Yeah, they don't like each other.
Yeah, we can do that.
What do you think about Echo, the puppeteer?
What do I think?
He throws his head back in laughter in a way that indicates I should already know how he feels.
You've met him, right?
I have, yes. And they were roommates.
Well, what do you think of him?
I don't know him that well yet, but he doesn't seem like the easiest person to get along with.
And the Pacific Ocean is just a puddle. You asked what I think about him. I think Pinocchio is cold, creepy, and villainous. You can count the number of people he's ever cared about on half a hand and still have the fingers left over, 'cause it would just be himself.
You call him Pinocchio to his face?
What? That's a compliment. If I should be sorry to anyone, it's to Pinocchio, the puppet, because he doesn't deserve that. The puppet is cute, and frankly looks more human than Echo.
Damn, bro.
It's a shame we can't reverse Pinocchio, that guy, because I'm pretty sure he doesn't have enough feelings to be considered a real boy.
Jesus Christ.
Stop, Chip, he's already dead. And yeah, he grinds his teeth when he sleeps. Sounds like someone's cutting a skeleton with a bone saw. Must be his mouth's way of enacting revenge, since he has so little use for it during the day.
My God. Whoa, did you practice that whole speech? He grins, white teeth gleaming through a smile.
No rehearsal. Straight from the heart, darling.
Alright, I think I got the point. You don't like him. Yet, you are roommates.
I didn't have a choice. I would rather go to sleep with Rolf's animals, but I don't want to get elephant shit on my hats. They don't deserve that.
Damn, brother.
Damn, the tensions are high. I'm not sure what to do for my last one.
You could do the same as before. Just go somewhere and get... I guess Yan's only one, and you'd probably rather do like a whole investigation there, right?
Yes.
Guess you could try Circus Secrets or the Knife Throwing Act, or...
I think either the knife throwing act or just Hattie.
Yeah. Was there anything about, like, did we hear from anyone else about anything with Chip and Hattie? I think so.
No. I think I'm gonna ask about the act.
I heard Hattie had a great knife throwing act.
Oh, yes, it was spectacular. I never knew how she could pull off something like that.
Maybe she's just really good at aiming.
No, not that part. That's just practice. I mean the part where you have to stare your friend in the face, knowing that if you slip, you could kill them. I don't think I can do that. It's one thing to do it with just a random someone. Or if it was little Pinocchio up on the board, I'd
Damn,
take
bro.
a stab at it, no problem.
If I fucking stab that guy, who fucking cares?
Take a stab. Get it? Sorry, too soon. And I'm not going to throw knives at Echo, even if his face would be pretty
Okay.
funny.
So he's
literally talking
the
about
puppet.
the puppet, yeah. But hey, the point is, Hattie did it almost every day with Aideen.
Do you think the act has anything to do with how she was killed? I'm getting hungry, that's why.
Whoa, that's... What are you asking? Are you trying to say it was Aideen's revenge or something?
No, I don't mean anything. I just thought it was peculiar. Don't you think there's something weird about it?
I don't really want to think too much about it.
Really? I can see him hesitate, but all of a sudden his expression changes. Not to something hostile, but to something disturbingly cheery.
I don't know. I thought if anyone's gonna be killed in the circus, it would be me.
Oh, why do you say that? Are you okay?
What's the quickest way to kill a circus?
He's holding back a grin. A bad sign.
You go straight for the juggler. Chip. No.
That one was good, yeah?
Chip. Boo.
Vinny loves that one. Vinny's whooping right now.
Oh, dear.
If anything is gonna kill, it's gonna be those bad puns.
Everyone just fell a little deeper for Chip. Into the hole.
You go for the
Into the
juggler. That's pretty good, man. All right, so we started at 10. We got 11, 12, 1. Well, and 10. 10, 11, 12, 1. So 4 hours. But again, those first few were very dense.
Yeah.
Like that was like about a half-hour turn. So that's not bad.
All right. Well, we did about half as much as we thought we were going to get to today.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, once it hits, what, 8 p.m.?
8 p.m. We're supposed to then go and get ready for the big performance. And then the circus is going to leave at midnight, leave town for the next thing. So that's how long you have to figure it all out. All right. But we've done all we can for today. It's nearing 8 p.m. We gotta have some dinner. Gotta get some more VGG work done. Some editing. Some writing.
There you go.
Got a couple of new things coming up. Coming
Don't
to the
look.
site soon.
Okay.
Alright.
We have our first train car potential.
Get us out of here, boss.
Let's see what else.
I don't want to check out the
Yeah,
train
you
cars.
that would be a good first go.
I know. Always got work after my work. After my work.
I'm canceling VGG.
No, it's too
I'm
late.
doing it.
No.
I'm doing it.
I'm
VGG's
I'm
over.
still gonna work on it. I'm gonna take it over.
VGG's over party.
And then I'm gonna have more work. Get that music on. VGG not canceled. Why do you every day you joke about canceling all of our work and deleting the site?
I'm trying to free us.
You don't mean that. You like what you do,
Do I?
don't you?
Look, the chair broke even.
Don't break my chair. That's my chair. The heck? All for the bit. Classic. Alright, y'all. This was a fun stream. I'm loving this game. Chant VGG backward in front of a mirror to free you.
Eat.
Thank you, fish. Little Hamptonate there.
How do you feel? First session. What's your thoughts on the game so far? Again, I told
I
you
love the game.
it's a pretty slow start. You liking the vibes? You liking the? What's your early? If you had to right now, they said, who did it?
Oh man.
Just any. You just the gut feeling, and chat can weigh in too. Chat, I'm doing it to you too. Who did it?
I want to say that it's like. I want to say that it was probably like an accident that then is like being covered up, you know, like that it wasn't intentional, but that everyone's not going to spill the bean.
Because it's like they're protecting the family.
Yeah.
I mean, Ghosty's.
That's where I'm leaning at.
Ghosty's
It was
got
everyone.
That's kind of it would be right in that situation. They're all covering up. Right?
Yeah.
It would be they'd be all guilty by association.
Yeah.
Which is I like that. That was the what was that? Murder on the Orient Express had that kind of spoilers for an old novel, but you know that was the it was everyone.
Yeah.
The puppet says Viddy. Fish
So,
says Chip.
it was Hattie wanted Jackie at the circus, and this was the only way.
You were on a train.
I was
so.
gonna say that, like, because of my theory, it leads me to, like, maybe it somehow was Aideen who's, you know, who was really close to Hattie, or it was, like, one of the kids, like, was being trained by Hattie or something to, like, take over, or, you know, just wanted to learn that act or something, and then it was an accident, and then everyone's
protecting the
covering
kids.
up. Yeah, I don't know.
Interesting theories.
That's all I got right now.
Well, all will hopefully be answered next Friday, presumably is when we continue.
Friday?
Saturday.
More likely Saturday.
Friday's my stream.
Yeah.
That would actually work out perfect because I think we were planning to take the next Friday off, and that would be perfect after, you know, finishing a game, hopefully. Because on 420, Viddy is doing a big old stream. That would be 2 Saturdays from now.
Yeah.
So that'd be perfect. But yeah, we will be back with... Oh yeah, says Viddy.
Viddy's like, I still need to plan that.
Go show Viddy some love. I was like, am I?
Yeah, Viddy will be running a book club on 420.
But on
2
Viddy's
Saturdays from
channel.
now. On Viddy's channel, and totally unrelated to
Doing
book
Fortnite
club.
dances. And taking rips.
But yeah, we got some new stuff coming to the site soon, so look out for that. Read some of our latest stuff.
Now that you've seen a bit of the game, you could go check out my review if you like.
We have a review up. No spoilers about the
I think
story
pretty
and
much.
the
Well, I was
mystery
gonna
and
say
stuff.
the only thing you could consider spoiler, which is like the setup, is now done. So like, if from my review, like that's all that I really like spoil is like
The setup?
that Hattie was murdered.
Oh, well, I mean, that's like on the
I know.
Steam page, so
Yeah,
I
I'm
don't
saying,
think
like,
that's a
it's-
spoiler.
But I mean, like, you know, that stuff's all that's really in there.
Yeah. Yeah. So look for that. Check out the one before that is our Playdate article intro, because we're covering the Playdate written and on streams all of April.
I think I can talk about. I think one of the next articles will be me and Fern's early access check-in of Lightyear Frontier, the mecha farming game, so keep an eye out for that. The next one after that, can't talk about yet, but will be up soon. And then another Playdate article will be coming up next week that will be covering all of Season 1 of the Playdates games in Season 1. If you have questions about what that is, read the intro article, and in this article when it comes out, I will define it. And next Friday will be the stream of Season 1 as well. So it'll be kind of companion pieces of, here's me talking about them a little bit, and then here's me showing them a little bit, because it is 24 games, so it'll be like 10 to 15 minutes per game before moving on.
Yeah.
So, fun times.
Just a little check-in, a little compilation. We love to do those every once in a while. They're a lot of work, so we don't do them all the time, but just a big old coverage piece, real comprehensive. So, yeah. Look forward to it. I'm looking forward to it.
Woohoo!
I'm looking forward to getting our Lightyear Frontier one up, because that's a fun game. And I think all of you here would like it a lot.
I know, I feel like you're going to do the thing, usually, right? Like, I play a game, I write about it, Fern comes in and cleans it up, makes it nice, but doesn't normally have, like, the context of having played it. Whenever that does happen, though, Fern will be like, I actually added in a sneaky paragraph here, I did this there, like...
Only sometimes, if there's, like, something that I thought was really important or outstanding about.
And I like it. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I like it.
It's my job. It's my job as the editor.
She moved from bed to bed.
Have it
Alrighty.
installed. Let's go. Get in there. And it's early access, so it's like not, it's not like committing to a whole game right now either. Like, we played basically all of what's there in like a full day.
Well, but yeah, a full day. Like
yeah, I mean, like, literally a full day. Like, that's all we did that day was just play that. But
I think we got through all the content in like 12 hours,
something like that. Yeah. But
so.
yeah, that's what's coming up. And now we're gonna go right over to our friend Bradley Rose.
Playing Chrono Trigger for the dearly departed Akira Toriyama's birthday is today. He, of course, did the design work on Chrono Trigger. That's why Chrono looks like he's a Saiyan, but with just red hair.
Makes sense.
But yeah, you want to do a little raid message?
Yeah, I'll throw something together.
But yeah, keep an eye out. We're doing all kinds of stuff. Tell people, get more people. Weeby wobby.
Is this a follow one or a...
I have no idea.
Is there a way to check that?
Click it first. Wait, check the one under. Okay, no. And now hover over it down there. I don't know. I can. Hold on. Think of the message while I'm doing this. It's not. Because I knew this one was, so I thought maybe...
It's not one?
No, it's not a follower one. I also think they changed... I don't know. Does anyone else know? I feel like they changed that rule. I feel like you can actually bring some follower emotes to other channels now. But I don't know if you have to do something special.
Maybe my info is outdated.
Yeah, Ghosty, thanks for stopping by. It was we're happy to have book club back in operation. Again, we'll take a little break after this game and then figure out what we're going to be doing next for book club.
Yeah. Still have a bit of a
backlog.
Yeah, a list that I put together and polled people on earlier at the start of this year.
Oh, right. Okay, so I see. So followers can use it without subbing, but then subs can use the follower emotes everywhere too. I gotcha.
Okay. That makes sense to me. Because I just saw that the Phil Goblin one is a follower emote, but I feel like I've used that in other channels. But maybe I'm getting it mixed up with Discord because we have it in Discord and I use it there because of Nitro. I don't know. But how's this message?
I like it.
All right. Let's do it.
Hey, hit start raid.
Okay.
So yeah, thanks for everybody coming in. We're trying to get in the swing of things. We've been raiding, or we've been streaming at least every week at least once, I feel like, for a couple months now. So that's not bad for us.
Yeah, we've been doing pretty good with consistency.
I do feel pretty good about this Friday, Saturday schedule moving forward.
That's good.
So that'll be pretty good. But yeah. Thanks, everybody.
All right. Yeah, thanks everyone for stopping by on your Saturday, spending time with us. Did I hit raid now?
No.
Oh, I thought I did.
Then, well, if you did, then we wouldn't be here anymore.
Doesn't it just start the countdown?
No, that's start raid, and then
I
raid
hit start
now
raid. Okay,
takes
okay.
you to
Yeah. Anyway, thanks everyone for being here. Have a good night. Have a good dinner or whatever time of day you're having, and we will see you again on next Friday.
All right.
All right.